so bright. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. That thing looks freaking crazy.
Rewind. Rewind.
Yes! Yes! $69! I'm gonna aim so far above the tag.
Rewind.
I don't have superpowers yet, do I? Oh, we just got the big odds. Wait, superpowers! Wait. Do it. One shot him. Oh my god, he did. Wait, he one shot Cole.
Rewind.
Yo guys, what is up? Yo guys, yo guys, yo guys, what is up? Yo guys, 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 yo guys. Yo guys, how we doing today? Wonderlands stream, welcome in, welcome in. How we doing? How we doing? Boom, boom. Sorry about the black screen. I do the amount of productivity that I have during the like 2 minutes that the stream intro goes for is to be studied. What's up, NPC? How you doing? Dawn, Phoenix, Xander, Fitty. Good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. What's up, M? How you doing? Fever. Boom. Hope y'all are doing well. Happy Friday, by the way. Let me set a nice little Borderlands 3 thumbnail for us so that our stream looks a little bit more professional. Get rid of those real quick. Throw up a Zane.
That's a lot of damage.
Happy Friday, Moxie.
Cool, looks great. Nameless, 61 months. Holy shit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Why make it look professional? They'll be disappointed when they arrive. That's not very nice. What's up, Zack Attack? How you doing? First time to a stream this early. I appreciate that. I just posted our armor breakdown, by the way, for Borderlands 4. It took me kind of a long time. I had to record it a bunch of different times because I learned new information But the big crazy thing that I learned today, after talking with some of the devs about it, is armor in Borderlands 4 is effectively a shield, as in like anything that has the keyword shield, it works with. So if you have like gained 10% of your shield on kill, it works for your armor. And armor is like a much more rare resource to be able to regen. So like any perk that like is technically associated with armor is gonna be, or if like associated with shield, is gonna be more impactful if you're wearing armor type deal. Popo Grande with the 37 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Not showering. I showered before stream. I just took a while to do my hair. As in, like, the 10 seconds before stream started. You've been playing a bit of Wonderlands. Nice. What's up, Shasha? Hi, Neffy. It's going really well, Civilis. But, like, the big kicker with armor, if you didn't know, is unlike shields, you get damage reduction while it's equipped. Wait, this definitely like booted up in the background. I was about to say, there's no way it takes this long to boot. You get damage reduction just from having an armor on, which is crazy. It's like 20. The ones that I saw were like 29% or 22% DR on different ones. I would never ignore you, chicken. Never, never, never. Is there information about M and key support on the PS5? Oh, I don't know, actually. Have previous Borderlands games had M and key support? Sorry for the image spam, CZ. Thank you for the beans, Vidacious. I haven't played Wonderlands in so long, dude. Wonderlands was kind of a dark time for me. Honestly. Especially when fried. True. So how does overshield? I explained that in the video. Yep. I talk about overshield quite in depth. Overshield is just non-rechargeable shield. But even if you're using armor, you can still gain overshield. Which is pretty sick. No, BL3 doesn't have mouse support. I can ask for you. That is not something that was like on my list of questions, but I could ask for you. Hi, Ren. Happy Friday. So, like, when I say Wonderlands was a dark time, I mean it was, but like, how do I explain this? I guess the best way to say it is like people ask like, oh, like how long are you gonna be like posting content for this game, or like how long are you gonna be covering this game? And I will cover something until I stop having fun covering it. Like, if I'm still enjoying the game and playing it, I will keep making guides and videos and stuff for it. You know what I mean? And Wonderlands was just kind of one of those things where it was like, it just got incredibly hard to be excited about making content for the game. I think I just got a crash. Never mind. We're good. Like, even if I was excited for something, the like sentiment around Wonderlands was just so negative that like, you know, you'd post a build guide and within like 10 minutes, all the comments were like, how are you still playing this? This game sucks. Stop posting this. I'm like, okay. Yeah, it became increasingly difficult to enjoy making content for that game. But you know, is on no one besides Gearbox. That game could have been really, really cool with some DLC. I have 11 HP. Yeah. Turn around. Thank you. Well, your C50 builds in Wonderlands carry you to C100. Yep. That was the thing with Wonderlands' as chaos increases, is like increasing the chaos didn't change builds. It's not like you got new skill points. It's not like there was new threats to face. There wasn't any new enemies. So that's why I didn't update them to C100, because it's literally the exact same build. There wasn't any like new loot drops that dropped on Chaos 80 that didn't drop on Chaos 50. You know what I mean? Boom, boom. Sorry, Expedition 33. Does it deserve all the praise? Dude, the first hour of that game is some of the most impactful, memorable gaming that you can do ever. It's crazy. I sent the Expedition 33 intro to my family that has never played a video game in their life, and they were like emotionally invested in it. It's crazy. Local co-op. Yeah, I hope local co-op. I didn't get to play any local co-op. From what I saw at the event, it looked pretty good, but I want to know how split screen runs for BL4. I guess that's not local co-op. That was like online co-op, but they were sitting next to each other. But yeah, I really hope they nail split screen, because that's always been such like a big part of Borderlands. Do you think they intentionally gave up on Wonderlands? No. I just don't think. I think the post-launch plans for Wonderlands, like, you can go back and look at the trailers for Wonderlands for the season pass, and you can see all the PLCs there. The thing that frustrated me with the PLCs and stuff like that, and like the support for Wonderlands, is like, I think, you know, you could have a different opinion, but I think for the most part, Gearbox is really good at listening to feedback. You know, we've seen the amount of things that they've implemented into BL4 and listening to feedback. The thing that was so tough with the PLCs is, like, we said, hey, this is not good content. We don't like this. But the rest of them were already done, type deal. You know what I mean? Or like, pretty close to done. Like, that content was set. And that's what was so frustrating about it, is like, hey, we don't like PLC 1. And then PLC 2 comes out, and it's like kind of the same. And then, hey, we don't like PLC 2. PLC 3 comes out. PLC 4 was like the one that like kind of was different. Like, I actually kind of enjoyed PLC 4. And the Blade Caller was cool. Look at my phone. It stands for post-launch content. Afternoon goofy. Wait, why am I goofy? Borderlands 2's DLCs were really good. Yep. I also think that, like, you know, they talked about it with Wonderlands. Wonderlands was like a passion project. Like, it was like a COVID passion project. I don't think, I mean, you could just tell from the content that it got post-launch. It just didn't have the same, like, nearly the same kind of budget as BL3. I don't think they, like, air quotes, gave up on Wonderlands. I just don't think there was big plans for it in the start. I guess is what I, like, mean by that. Like, I don't think Wonderlands was ever meant to get a bunch of takedowns and DLCs. I just don't think that was ever in the cards for that game. And then people actually liked it. And now I think we're going to get a Wonderlands 2, and it's going to have the same kind of support as, like, a Borderlands game. Please revive me. If they make, like, a Wonderlands 2, and it gets the same kind of support as Wonderlands 1, it would be genuinely wild. With just more chaos chambers? Yeah, pretty much. Don't I, like, melee your head? Yeah. What price did Wonderlands launch at? Wonderlands was a full-priced game, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was 60. Wonderlands was a full-price game, right? I'm pretty sure it was like 60. And I think the season pass was 40? I'd have to double check. Will Wonderlands 2 happen? I would assume so, yeah. They said they wanted to make it a franchise. Like, obviously the sentiment for Wonderlands dropped after months post-launch. But there was some crazy Wonderlands statistic. I'm going to recite it wrong, but, like, you'll get the gist. There was some insane stat with Wonderlands that, like, 40% of the people playing Wonderlands had never played a Borderlands game before. Like, for Gearbox,
and go full CC crazy
it brought more people into the franchise than any of, like, the Borderlands games have. So yeah, I definitely think we'll see more Wonderlands. 40 is correct. Yeah, it was kind of insane. Yeah, I mean, you had the looter shooter crowd. You had, like, a big D&D crowd that was interested in it. And, like, RPG gamers, too. You know, multi-classing and all that. Spells, melee. Sleepless, thanks so much for the Twitch Prime. For 2 months, appreciate that. How you doing today?
That's a lot of damage.
Broski, thanks for the Twitch Prime for 18. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A Fang lore video. He makes it seem like Borderlands is happening. Like a Borderlands is happening? Wait, what do you mean? A BL5 is happening? I mean, I would assume so. Dude, Borderlands is 2K's... What's the stat? It's 2K's most successful franchise in sales. Like, it is their most popular franchise of all time. And they make, like, the NBA games and the WWE games and all that. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think Borderlands is going anywhere. Borderlands 3 sold, like, what? 30 million copies or something like that? On console retail sales, Borderlands is the second highest selling franchise of all time. As in, like, it's Call of Duty and then Borderlands. There was a post about that in r/gaming and r/data is beautiful the other day. That doesn't include, like, PC gaming.
That's a lot of damage.
So like, you know, that doesn't include like Counter-Strike, which I'm sure would be much higher and stuff like that. Grabs the steel ladder. Guys, look at the hype train. I guess I got mad that I didn't kill these guys. Done by a smaller team working remote. Yup. Hoping the next Wonderlands gets as much development love as Borderlands 4.
That's a lot of
That would be
damage.
sick. I mean, I thought Wonderlands' like addition of spells and melee was genuinely very good. Callista, thank you to the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you. 100% achievements in Wonderlands. I actually have no idea how close I am to that. Do you have any guesses on how BO4 will run on medium PCs? I don't know. I mean, I hope good. There's kind of like two sides to that. One side is like, it ran really well on the high-end PCs that we were running on ultra settings. So, like, that's a good sign. The other sign that's a little bit copium is they're getting it to launch on the Switch 2. If they can genuinely optimize the game to run and play on the Switch 2, you know, a medium PC is more powerful than that. So I'd imagine it would be fine. But, you know, the like spec requirements are pretty crazy, so we shall say. That definitely would be something that hurts them, though, if the game launches and it just doesn't run well on like most systems. Did our like dialogue skip bug this out? I thought more enemies were supposed to spawn in this room. And there's the whole, like, dialogue thing. Bailax, Genevieve. I think we might have to pop a little save quit. What's up, Dead Bones? How you doing? Who do I think I'll be playing on BL4 launch? Right now, I'm thinking Harlo. Rafa's skill tree is like, I did some like theory crafting on Rafa seems kind of insane. I'd be kind of curious about Amon as well, but like right now, I'd probably go. My order would probably be Harlo, Rafa. And then I don't know if but I'd have to see Amon's tree to pick between Amon and Vex. Boom, 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 boom. Do you know if ricochets count as indirect projectiles? I believe so. I don't have confirmation on that, but I believe so. Otherwise, like, what else could they be, you know? birds getting what the hell? Hello? Are you good, bro? What was that? To play as Mr. Torg. I seen peeps already talking about like what they want from DLC Vault Hunters. Boom. Let's be honest, Moxie will have maxed out builds for every character in 2 weeks. I hope so. You want a Guardian as a playable Vault Hunter? Is there a character like Moze? I think that's gonna be Harlo. Harlo, in all of the like new marketing materials, is holding a rocket launcher. So I think, you know, so far Vex and Rafa both have some ordnance related stuff, but I have a feeling that Harlo is gonna be the most ordnance focused character. That's level 24. We are 23. Okay, cool, cool, cool. 24-hour stream on launch. We're probably going to be streaming for a month straight on launch. I'm going to be totally honest with you. I don't think I'm going to be leaving my room for the month of launch. We're going to do a uncapped subathon. With the plan right now is if we hit the... Don't quote me on this, but tentatively thinking if we hit our full sub goal, I'll get a tattoo. I don't have any tattoos. But yeah, tattoo, full sub goal. We'll see, we'll see. In BL4, were you able to sort things by value? I would assume so. I didn't try myself. A Borderlands tattoo? Yeah, probably. Vault symbol on the forehead. It wouldn't go on my face, I'll tell you that much. Tramp stamp. Vault symbol tramp stamp. No, but I'm hoping we have some crazy stuff to give away as well. I'm going to see if I can let Zydax or have Zydax let me give away a full computer. That kind of stuff. Should be sick. Beans tat. Oh, we have to go pull that. Rat milk. A siren sleeve. I don't know if I'd go from getting a tattoo to an entire sleeve. It's probably a big step up, but sleeves do look cool. That's a lot of damage just above your belt line would go. Incredible. Yo, Poland, thanks so much for the 21 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ooh. Nah, that's flat off. Sag. Poland, thanks so much for the 21 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Moxie chest tattoo. What does she have tattooed on her chest? The heart? Is it only... I believe it's only when the actual armor segment is active. By the way, from the gameplay that I saw, because I was having the same thought, was like, is it like Warzone armor? Like if your armor breaks, can you just swap to a fresh shield or like a fresh armor and get the armor back? It seems like that does not work. I think our dialogue skip mod is breaking this section. Because we killed everything, we put the thing in the thing, and like that door should be open. You know? I think it's bugging. I have a horrifying fear of needles, so I don't think I would enjoy a tattoo. Game Informer posted a video. Yeah, we might we're probably gonna watch some of that today. I figure whenever I have to eat, we'll probably put it on. Oh yeah, Bird, you have a lot of tattoos. Where was the least painful place to get a tat that you got, Mr. Bird? Leg is ass. Did you watch the Game Informer podcast on BL4? We're gonna watch it a bit later. I skimmed it real quick to see if they had any Harlo or Amon gameplay, but that did not look to be the case. This guy's gonna kill me. Oh!
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Go focus on that clone, please. There it is. Boom, 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 boom. Deemsy, thank you to the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. Enjoy your new emotes at reviewing. Sub only section of the Discord, and welcome to another bin.
No, that's a lot of damage.
Any looter shooter you're looking forward to coming out that hasn't dropped? I'm excited for the new like expansion that's coming out for TFD on August 7th. Besides that, I don't know if there's really a lot of looter shooters on the horizon, to be honest. What action skill are you most excited for? What action skill am I most excited for? Probably Harlo's nuke skill. That looked pretty cool. Oh, the cube. Yeah, yeah. The cube does look pretty good. Cube does look pretty good. If the cube is good, you can permaban you. Oh, yeah. Why you no take damage? Gotta viv. Are you good? Okay, you're back. It looked like it had the like dominated or like dominance effect on it from flak. It was weird. We gotta go get some levels, man. I can't equip any of this gear.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's very cool looking skill.
Hey Moxie, I've
Hoping
taken a
Arc
short
Raiders
break
lives up
on
to
my
the
final
hype.
project, but I should be getting my BS in cybersecurity on Monday. Looking forward to BL4 and your content.
Congratulations, that's awesome. Blade, thanks so much for the 6 months. Good shit, good shit. Boom, 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 boom. Dude, I can't wait for BL4, like, actual content. I feel like I'm making a lot of content and the game's like 3 months away. It's pretty wild. Do you think BL4 will have actual shields as the meta shield instead of something that boosts DPS? Oh, you mean like a survivability shield? I mean, the only way that we have a meta around survivability shields is, one, if content is actually really hard, and two, there seems to be a lot of big damage effects around having a shield active. You know what I mean? Like, I just like mousing through some things. I saw like you get like percentage increased damage based on how low your health is and how high your shield is, and we've got things that give you 40% bonus damage while you have a shield active. We saw a gun that gets 50% more damage and consumes 0 ammo if you have your shield active. You know what I mean? Like, there's definitely going to be some shield builds. Manuel shield. Yeah, it was a cool one. Who's excited for questionable interactions between skills in BL4? Double dipping, weird scaling, and stupid damage ramping? There's already some things on paper that are looking pretty stupid. Also, we just found out that heavy weapons, which, if I understand it correctly, is ordnance rocket launchers and the ordnance, like, LMGs slash, like, miniguns, consider ordnance damage boost and gun damage boost, meaning they'd interact with gun skills and ordnance skills. Which sounds pretty stupid to me. That's gonna be really strong. You know. If you consider that guns have a certain amount of pool that they can grab from for damage increases, and ordnance, like grenades and throwing knives, have a certain pool that they can grab for damage, and then specifically rockets and chain guns have double. Should be very interesting. Dude, what is going on? I feel like every quest step is bugging out right now. I, like, can't give this to her. I might have to turn this dialogue skip mod off. It seems to be doing more harm than good. Do I know anything about Endgame? Nope. We saw that there's going to be an Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, and we saw that, you know, we can make, like, some predictions. We know that there's going to be, like, badass rank returning. But, like, actually specifics? No, not really. Ordnance damage plus minigun. Ordnance. Shh. Takedowns. Or regular raid bosses. I hope both. Why not both? Both, please. Melee-based skills will be insane. Yep. where enemies have new mechanics. That'd be pretty sick. Oh, let's go spend some of our stuff. I was gonna put out some like theory crafted builds for Borderlands 4 off of the stuff that we've seen. But like, I don't know. I feel like people might get mad at me for doing that. Especially if anything I mentioned ends up getting changed before the game comes out. Throwing knives scale from melee damage. I know that throwing knives do not scale from melee damage. Heard the light show isn't any good. Can't wait for people to think they do melee damage for 4 years. Yeah. You make them change that? You want everything to be a fish slap? Dude, the thing is, the throwing knives, like, off the rip felt like the strongest ordnance we had access to. I don't think the throwing knives need another damage pool to dip into. They're gonna be fine. At least for early game, we'll see. I'd imagine the cannons and rockets dip ahead if they have 2 pools that they can use. You want to know if they've taken inspiration from community mods from earlier games? It's a pretty good question. Boom, 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 boom. Sounds fun. Yup. My only thing with Harlo right now is I want to know if she's the only source of entanglement. Like, if entangling enemies is unique to her, or if there's guns that can do it as well. And I also want to know... The only other thing with her is, like, some of her action skills sound pretty similar. Like, you know, they all entangle enemies. So, like, what is going to be the different focus of the different trees? You know what I mean? Like, so far, every tree that we've seen for every Vault Hunter is, like, pretty big difference. You know, Vex's 2 minion skill trees, but, like, they still, like, have a bunch of different focuses in them, even though they're both doing, like, minion things. Yeah, it does like sound like she has Gravity Snare. And Gravity Snare kind of sucked. So hopefully not the case. Could you do a quick test to see what the scaling is, like melee before and after level up? I did that. I did that while in my stream, CZ, while I was playing. Someone said that you wanted me to do that, and I did it. I don't remember like when I did it, but I did do that. You also get a damage boost after leveling up, so I don't know exactly how accurate that would be. But you like keep the same kind of damage boost that they had in BL3. When you level up, you do more damage for like a certain period of time, it seems. Thanks for coming through the VOD, CZ. Yeah, CZ. It was towards the end. Good luck. Are we 24 yet? Hey, we are. Cool. Actually, maybe Harlow's trees determine what effects entanglement has on enemies. I'd assume so. Like, I'd imagine it's like a base percentage of like enemies share like 35% of the damage dealt to them, and like maybe you can get it up to like 100%. Maybe you can get it to like Ties That Bind Us, where it's like enemies sharing damage are actually taking more than the initial enemy getting hit. I'm sure, I like guarantee you that she's gonna get a thing that allows her to like spread status effects. Like any enemy that's status effect and entanglement shares status effects. The other thing that's interesting is like, is she gonna have anything that makes entanglement work for bosses? Because like her whole kit right now, of what we know, revolves around having multiple enemies on screen, right? That was kind of Amara's big weakness, is if a boss didn't spawn any ads, she was considerably weaker. Unless she was playing like a melee build. Well, I think Harlo is going to have the same issues that Amara had. I think that's how they're going to have her balance. You know what I mean? Like, she's going to be really good at mobbing, but not so great at bossing. I think they're going to do 50 at launch and then expand it. I don't want more than 50 points on launch, to be honest. Boom, 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 boom. Don't get a character nerf before we get the chance to play them. Why didn't I start at max level? I don't know. I kind of wanted to do a little run through. I like, all things considered, like 99% of my time that I've spent in this game has been at Endgame. I really have not done like that many story play there is. In your last video, when you were looking at the Protean cell, there was a 4-letter word at the bottom of the screen. Not sure if you wanted to check it. It should be censored for YouTube purposes. A lot of the shock damage. What? I see what you're talking about. I think it's fine. Thank you for the heads up, though. Didn't notice that. You think Rafa's gonna end up being insane? Yeah, Rafa's looking spicy. Yeah, I want level cap increases, to be honest. But I hope that's not like freaking 3 levels at a time. That just kind of sucked. I think 5 levels at a time is a good compromise. How would Harlo behave in co-op with other Harlos? You would probably just be... Probably this be the same way that multiple Amaras would work. Like, if I shoot at another... through another Amara's ties that bind, you know, it shares the damage. It would just go through your... Like, if I shot someone else's Harlo's thing, they would get whatever that other Harlo's entanglement multiplier-esque would be. And I'd imagine that the enemies can only be affected by one entanglement at a time. You can't have, like, 4 entanglements and then, like, damage loop. You can't stop watching vids. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm glad they're letting us learn so much about the game. And, like, you know, I've got, like, a few more videos that I can make still just from, like, our little play session, which I am very thankful for. It's really fun to be making Borderlands content again. I have missed it. Skill trees are so big. I mean, we could see the highest max level ever, but, like, I want to have to make hard decisions when the game first comes out and have my build have a little bit restricted on its potential. You know what I mean? If the level cap is 80 when the game comes out, and we could just pick every skill, like, it's going to be so much less interesting. Am I cold boring? He gets it. Yep. Yo, what's up, Ader? How you doing? Appreciate ya. What about a level 50 cap and no increase? I think we have to get level cap increases. I view level cap increases as kind of like ARPG seasonals things. You know what I mean? Like, when you get a new season in Path of Exile or Diablo, you get to, like, you know, get a little bit of a fresh start, farm new things, new builds are able to be made. Obviously, you know, I don't think Borderlands would work quite as well with, like, a wipe model. I think they could pull it off. But level cap increases are, like, kind of our equivalent. We get to farm new gear. Because usually level cap increases come with, like, new gear. You know what I mean? Like, there's usually, like, new enemies or a DLC that drops with them. Plus, new builds become active. I don't know. I think they keep the game fresh. It's obviously annoying. But, like, you know, at the same time, it's a looter shooter. It's like, damn it, man. I have to farm in my game that is entirely focused on farming? Damn it. Oh. Oh, these guys are very beefy. Very beefy indeed. Does BL4 have Tintina's Contagion-S build? Vex has some dot stuff that looks kind of like Contagion. Oh my god, wait. You didn't see that. New shield, Poggies. You just started our Zane playthrough this morning. Nice. It's tedious. Well, it's like... It's also a difference if the level cap goes up by, like, 3 versus level cap goes up by, like, 5 or 10. You know what I mean? Like, I thought 3 level caps were tedious. Because it was just riding that line between, like, hey, I don't really need to, like, farm new gear, but I, like, kind of should type deal. You know what I mean? Like, just rip the Bandit off. I don't think we're going to see Revolter levels of damage increases until potentially way later. We've seen something that gives you 40% bonus shock damage, which is, you know, a far cry from 200%. What do we get? A Devastator? Still work well. Yeah, your class wanted artifacts are not something you really need to replace. It's or your shields, really. It's mainly just guns. What's up, M3? How you doing? Oh, was there more zones in the base game, or was it just the one? There's 4 big zones, but we were locked to the starting zone for our time playing. I'm just saying if they do it, it'd be a better feeling if the insane unbalanced item isn't locked behind a director's cut or DLC. Yep, agreed. Put it behind a raid boss, not like a random enemy in a DLC. Oh, why do you think level cap should be in BL4? I mean, I think 72 is fine. 72 is a good number. I could see them going higher to like 80 or something wacky with how big the skill trees are. I don't know. Like, I still want to pick up skills, but I still want it to be a choice. You know, I want to have my choices matter. If they give us like 100 points, you know, you can pick up a lot of things. At the same time, though, like, if they made level cap 150, you still wouldn't be able to pick up every single skill in one trade. Isn't that kind of insane? If they made the level cap 150, you wouldn't be able to spec 5 out of 5 into every point in one of your trees. Kind of nuts. Every game, there was one Vault Hunter who stood out above the rest. Yeah. Well, out of curiosity, who's that one Vault Hunter for you in BL3? I think all things considered, the Borderlands 3 Vault Hunters are pretty well balanced. As in, like, there's not any content in the game that you can't do with one of the characters. every character in this game can just about one-shot every enemy. Or any boss with the right setup. Some characters have a lot easier time of doing it, but like, right build, right setup, there's like, you know, you one-shot every boss in the game with every character.
That's a lot of damage.
Type deal. Might's Might, thanks so much for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Zane now, flag at launch. Dude, I remember people were freaking out about flag on launch. I'd have to go back and look. Like, was Flack really? Because I remember I was killing Grave Ward in like 3 seconds on Amara. Flack might have been doing it faster. Wouldn't be surprised. But, you know, we were melting Grave Ward on Amara. Which, by the way, was like just about the end game that people were doing on launch. Was just duking Grave Ward. I was doing sellout elemental projector. The story of how we discovered that is honestly too funny. Cause like that was before I was like starting to stream or really anything like that. But I saved any legendary I got during the campaign. And I did every side quest before I finished the game, so I just got the sellout and it was in my vault. And then I got an elemental projector to drop. And I was like, wait, this thing is insane. And so we went looking for anything that had a really high status effect chance is what our like thing was. We wanted something with a really high status effect chance so we could like consistently proc a status on ourselves. And lo and behold, not only did the sellout have like, I think the highest status effect chance that I could find, but it also was low level because I grabbed it from an earlier campaign mission. It was perfect. And then all of our builds were like shooting ourselves in the foot with the sellout. And then we were using like the crossroads or something. And then I think Gearbox saw that we were constantly shooting ourselves with Amara to deal damage. So they gave us the driver, which just gave us the effect of lighting ourselves on fire or whatever element without having to actually pull out the sellout pistol. Had the one blue nade. Yeah, it's piss. Missed the Cutsman. Cutsman was crazy. .1. Okay, yeah, I was not killing it that fast on Amara. No lifesteal Flak. Well, the thing with Flak is you just have to play around with Flak. I mean, Flak's got really good survivability, but it's not like easy survivability. Like now with Flak, you just spec to Capstone Blue Tree and you will not die. Or you go like Red Fang. You go Red Fang Gamma Burst, you don't even need to spec dominance anymore. There's no alien barrel weapons in BO4? I don't know. Can we save builds in Borderlands 4 to swap? There's gonna be a thing. So it's not a full loadout swap. But there's gonna be a system where you can tag gear as a category. So like I could tag all of the gear that I'm using in my build as like fire build or whatever. And then I could, when I'm want to swap builds, I'd have all of my gear labeled as like, this is my fire build gear. So there's not going to be like a save station or a loadout station where you can instantly swap between things, but you'll be able to categorize all of your gear. So not quite, but like better than what we had. That's so much effort. Yeah. Actual full loadouts would be very, very nice. Holy, what is that? "5G Flak" was a wild build name. I can't believe we went with that. That was... yeah, it was what everyone thought they were getting killed by new like 5G phones. If your phone can cause harm to you, I'm in trouble because I sleep with my phone next to my head playing a YouTube video like every night. Not good. Is there a reason they're not doing full loadouts? I could check the tweet for you. I'd imagine it's just difficult. But I don't know if there's a specific thing. So this is the original thing. Graham tweeted out, while not exactly a loadout / armory feature itself, you can mark gear into different group tags, favorite, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then use filters to quickly swap out your gear. Kasek says this is so close, but I'll take it. And Graham says, to do that stuff right, it would have required us to make a lot of strict rules or make a lot of assumptions about player intent. Not really a place we'd like to tread. Filtering / sorting into groups does the same thing effectively and with a lot of flexibility. So, like, if you mark all the gear for a build as, like, favorite 2, you can probably, when you're viewing your inventory or bank, just hit favorite 2. So it'll only show you that gear for that build type deal. Is, I think, what that's going to mean. Put some tinfoil around your head. Perfect. If they did that, plus you could save a loadout for a skill tree, would be pretty much there. But yeah, being able to save a loadout for a skill tree as well as your gear, that would be sick. That page? Yep. Still feels tough to change it on the fly. Yeah, I mean, you're probably not going to be carrying around the gear for multiple builds in your backpack. You're probably more so swapping that at, like, a save station. Because you can't respec on the fly. You do have to go to, like, a town to do so. What's my biggest concerns about BL4 Endgame? One, that there won't be enough on launch. Two would probably be how hard farming is for, like, specific roles of stuff. Three would probably be if they come out of the gates nerfing a bunch of stuff. I think nerfs are very good, and I think they're going to be necessary. But I've watched what nerfing in the first 2 weeks of launch has done, both to Borderlands 3 and to Wonderlands. And I would prefer to not see it repeated. You know, it's kind of like a necessary evil. They have an API. Yeah, but Borderlands functions save files locally rather than, like, through, like, a online API thing. I don't think that would quite work. If anything, it would be you, like, import your save file into a calculator or, like, a build loader. But I don't know if it would just be able to grab it from online. Should I do the DLC in Mayhem mode or just do them? I mean, I would do the DLC as high of a Mayhem level as you can go, because you're going to earn more experience while doing them. If you're not max level yet, you get more experience on Mayhem modes. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go sell some of this stuff. Your only fear is that I gotta move my camera because it's, like, right in the middle of chat. That's why you see me swiveling my head now. Only fear is they don't make it like BL3. Almost everything was good. The only thing took out would be level difficulty and 4x5 level max cabs. I mean, I think they have a winning formula for Endgame with BL3. I didn't love the Mayhem system, to be honest, but, like, Endgame content, the takedowns and cartels, proving grounds, slaughters, I liked all that. I do hope that we get, like, a genuinely new kind of endgame activity, though, for 4. You know what I mean? I don't know exactly what I would want that to be, but it'd be cool if they, like, created new endgame stuff that we haven't seen before for Borderlands. Rather than just, like, recycling what 3 had. Give me what 3 had and add some cool stuff to it. We'll be sitting real pretty. Thank God, no annoyance. Yup. Yeah, there's no mayhem modifiers and there's no mayhem scaling. Borderlands 3's big endgame issue is that it launched with none. You know? We got the Malon Takedown, but Malon Takedown didn't drop, I think, until like a month after launch. We have an Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, but I don't think it's going to function like Borderlands 2's Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. I think it's going to be more like a world difficulty scaler. Like, I think you'll be able to swap Ultimate Vault Hunter mode on, and like you're going to start seeing enemies that didn't have armor bars now having armor bars, and you're going to see enemies with like new variants and stuff, but I don't think it's going to require a new playthrough. The reason I say that is because at any point, you can go up to a mission and click replay on it. Like, after you finish a mission, you just go and replay it. So it doesn't seem like it would make a ton of sense to have, like, a reset mode if you can reset anything at any time that you'd like. Yeah, there's probably going to be save editors for BL4. It's inevitable, unfortunately. Unless they add, like, a online-only mode. Are they planning on doing weekly hotfixes like they did with BL3? That's a good question. I don't see why not. What do you think of Borderlands 4's art style? I really dig it. I have seen some complaints about, like, the style of the first area, because it's, like, you know, it's the fade fields. It's, you know, kind of saturated and green and bright and vibrant. But the devs have specifically said that they wanted to do that for, like, the first area because of, you know, where we're going to go next is going to be more grim and more, like, you know, it's going to be more deserty and more harsh, and the environments are going to get harsher and harsher and scarier and more dangerous stuff. So they're kind of like starting us out in, like, you know, the pretty shiny fields and grass and pastures. And then the closer and closer that we get to Timekeeper, the, like, more serious it's going to get type deal. My favorite gun? I like the laser gun that consumed shield. That one felt really good. And I liked the lock-on fire Jacobs pistol. That one was good. And the one that ricocheted torque projectiles was pretty sick. Do I know what happened with the Borderlands 2 servers? No. If there is, like, a second playthrough, like a TVHM or whatever, I hope it's actually impactful to the game. Because Borderlands 3's True Vault Hunter mode was a big ol' letdown compared to, like, Borderlands 2's. Yes, Master Dingus. Actually, so they're returning to brown, gray, and grim style of Borderlands 1. I think certain areas will be, absolutely, yeah. It looked like there's one, like, snowy area. We've seen gameplay of a snowy area as well. So we know one's gonna be, like, desert, Mad Max-esque, or Borderlands 1-esque. We know one's gonna be, like, mountains. We know one's gonna be, like, pastures and grass and forest. Hey, we could just look. Let me see. We've got... So... Oh, this is weird because it's, like, inverted. This is going to be deserts, right? This is scary wasteland type vibe. This is forest, pastures, ocean, water. This is scary mountains and snow and peaks and stuff. And then the middle is like the Timekeeper's city. That's going to be like, I think, where the game leads to. It wasn't a letdown. They didn't make you do it. But I would have liked to do it if it felt impactful. You know what I mean? Like, I wanted a reason to do it, to be honest. I like that it's optional. But it's cool that, like, you know, Borderlands 2, you activate True Hunter mode, and now, like, the enemies have different names, and you're seeing different variants of enemies, and it adds, like, some actual, like, variety to the game. True Hunter mode just, like, didn't feel different. I think you might have seen, like, slightly more anointed enemies, but that's kind of it. And then as soon as you turn on Mayhem, it just equalizes. So there's never really any point in doing it. Would it be possible to roll a Torg Jacob's Epic or Rare that can ricochet Torgs? I believe so, yeah. Hello. Welcome home. How was your day? What? Do we have any sense of the Timekeeper city scale as the map that had people theorize the entire map is bigger than Skyrim, made it look huge? How big the city is? I don't know. I mean, it looks smaller on the map. The people that are theorizing it's bigger than Skyrim, stuff like that, the way that they did that is like, that marker is like, I mean, I can't actually see it, but in Borderlands 3 and 4, there's a compass. So it could tell me that, hey, that marker is 100 meters away. And then they could look at how much 100 meters away is on the map. So I could say, like, oh, from this point to this point, because, you know, because we saw them travel to the point, how much of the map does that take up? Okay, we can label that distance as 100 meters. And then now let's take that segment and put it, you know, length and width wise up and down to give us an approximate of how big the actual, like, game is. Yeah, it was like 32 square miles, which is... That's very big. Obviously, like, you know... It's more important that the map is dense and has a bunch of activities and things to do than it just being, like, large for being large. But of what I got to play, it seemed like there's a lot of things going on. They had a unique area boss that appear when you do a second playthrough. What if they make sort of door that people find hidden? Yeah, I mean, like, there's pros and cons to it, you know? Giving an actual reason and a change in a second playthrough is super cool. But at the same time, like, you know, if the story sucks, you might not want to play through it again. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people didn't like the story of Borderlands 3. So the idea of playing through it again is not enticing to them. You gonna stream TFD anniversary on the 1st? Absolutely. Yeah, I'm quite stoked for that. Boom, boom, boom. Would you guys rather have a second playthrough that actually, like, changes up the game and is interesting, but it is kind of forced? Or no second playthrough? Once you're done, you can just kind of go do whatever you want, I guess is the question. Oh, get me to this hole. Yo, we're gonna have to get something better for a Grave Ward. We don't want that fight to take forever. Yoshi, do you get trapped in here, bud? I looked at the graphic for the new Monster Hunter update. I haven't seen the full video. I think the benefit of a second playthrough after maxing would be on level loot 100% of the time, plus quest rewards on level. True. I kind of like the idea of, like, when you're doing is you, like, finish the game and you're, like, level 30 or something, and then you, like, you could do another playthrough to get to 50. I don't hate that. As in, like, it gives you a direction and, like, quest XP rather than, like, I don't know what to do. But
that's a lot
I think it's going to be different in Borderlands 4 because, like, you know, if you want to go level up in Borderlands 4, you could just go do open world activities. Like, you could literally just bounce from region to region, blasting, like, world defense and activities and things to level. You don't really need to... Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't really need a second playthrough. Pivs, thanks so much for the 52 months. Let's go. WWW. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy your continued emotes. Ed for viewing sub on these sections of the Discord and thank you for portable been.
No, that's a lot of damage.
How bosses can be refreshed. Yeah, it's very cool. One second, I gotta let Yoshi out. He's barking up a storm. Do you want out? He's getting a haircut in 2 days. I know he looks like a little mop. Who's a little mop? Ewok. Indeed, indeed. You just beat Simon. Congrats. You did all the side content. Yeah, I mean, I finished Borderlands 3 at my first playthrough. I think I was like 47 or 48. Because I, like, genuinely did everything. Do you something you would consider your biggest concern for Borderlands 4? We were talking about that earlier. Honestly, my biggest global concern for Borderlands 4 would probably just be performance. That would be the thing that would have the biggest effect on people, and it determine it on like how the game is on launch. You know, like I've got some small nitpicks with certain things that like affect me and like build crafting stuff, but like the biggest thing would be I hope the game runs well on low to mid-end PCs. Because it definitely runs well on high-end PCs. But, like, you know, I don't know how it's going to run on a PlayStation 5 type deal. So, we'll see. I got a haircut recently, but they didn't cut off a lot of hair. So I might need another visit sooner rather than later. Yeah, I mean, they haven't showed off much Switch gameplay, but, like, at the same time, like, I don't think they'd want to be marketing Switch gameplay, to be honest. Like, just in general, like, the game is going to look worse on Switch. You know what I mean? I think the Switch marketing for the game is going to be very separate than the, like, normal marketing for the game. You know what I mean? They want to show the game at its best. Comes out in less than 3 months? Hell yeah. We're gonna watch it in a bit, Squeaky. I skimmed it real fast to see if there was any Amon or Harlo gameplay, which there was not, but I haven't actually watched it. Will Borderlands 4 be vegan? Hopefully not. New tech to improve performance with geometry memory changes. I'm wondering if Borderlands 4 is using that tech. Interesting. I haven't seen that. Is there health gating? I'd assume so. Nice to catch you streaming. Thanks for all the BL4 updates and info. Much appreciated. You're very welcome. Melee and projectile. Do you think projectile basically is splash weapons? That was a weird description. I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure why they wouldn't just say guns or ordnance. Like, why'd they say it focuses on projectile? Splash augment. I mean, if you've seen all the gore in BL4, it's definitely more of a meaty game. Before we go fight Grave Ward, I'm gonna go get ourselves a butcher real quick. Because we haven't actually farmed for anything this playthrough, really. And I would like a butcher. Any interest if Gearbox did like massive did in the post-campaign map of DC in Division 2 where a new faction took over Kairos? That could be kind of interesting. I don't hate that idea. I could see Amon having a decent focus on like shotguns and stuff like that. Close range damage. You know, like close range melee and close range guns would make sense. Overhating charge time? Nah, dude, charge time was bad. They feel so much better to shoot without it. Like personal space? Exactly. Personal space, my beloved. Boom, 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 boom. Do you know if Earl or some sort of reroll aspect will be returning? It looks like you're gonna be able to reroll firmware or transfer firmware. Ludogram farm? Oh hell no. Dude, I want a butcher. It's a Hyperion shotgun. Trying to think if there's any other good Hyperion weapons we could go get right now. Butcher's really the only one coming to mind. I'm imagining Earl will be in the game. I don't know. We found Iridium, so like If there's Iridium, it'd probably be Earl. Unless they replace him. I mean, it doesn't look like Marcus is going to be in the game, so, like, who knows? Did anyone ask what was the multicolor legendary? They're not answering questions about that. I'm assuming it's an endgame thing. We were able to ask questions and they would answer about things that we were able to experience and play with. Like, I could ask them about shields because shields were in there. I could ask them about immune phases because there was, like, you know, there was immune phases and that stuff. But anything that, like, was not in the demo, they would not answer questions on. Type kind of deal. Randy will want his cameo. And some Jackhammer. Jackhammer's a solid one. I would take the Butcher over to Jackhammer, though. What's the dedicated for the Brainstormer again? Is it on this map? Is it Cataball? 30% from Cataball. I don't know if it would drop my level is the only thing. Apparently these ludograms will drop my level, which, you know, level 26 Butcher, I'd take over level 16 Brainstormer.
That's a lot of damage.
Good question, Panda. Cold Mad Hatter, thanks so much for the Twitch Prime. Oh. Thank you. Alright, let's go turn these in. See if we get lucky. Hyperfocus would be good. Maxwell should put all the focus on BL4. We're having meetings already. Boom, boom, boom. All right, give me a Butcher, please. We got a Cryo Butcher. Auditing Butcher, Pog. Yeah. That's looking nice. That's looking nice. That'll help with Mr. Grave a lot. Kind of hoping we could get a grenade with an anointment. Would be, like, kind of wild. ASC Fire Anoint would be no more Grave Ward. I think Darth, Rax, and a lot of those guys will play it. For sure. But I'm going to be honest, I kind of doubt that they get super... Like, you know, the Destiny guys, the ARPG guys, I think they're all going to be jumping in on Borderlands 4 at launch. They're probably playing for a month, but I just don't know if that's going to be a game that, you know, people that don't like looter shooters or don't really play them are going to be covering past like a month. You know what I mean? Be sick if they did, though. Brainstormers in the black market machine. Really? Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the Destiny guys are going to be playing Borderlands 4. Destiny's not looking so hot right now. PoE League in August. Oh, true. Pog level up right before Grave Ward. Beautiful. Ooh. Give. No. All I got is a stinking cosmetic. Hey, that's a snowdrift, though. Don't have an artifact slot quite yet. You never done True Allegiance run? This is actually my first time doing one. I'd also never done an Allegiance run. You gonna play season 3 of LE? Yeah! I saw the trailer for that. Doesn't that launch at like the end of August though? Like realistically, we're gonna play it, but we're probably not playing it for super long. Borderlands will be like 2 weeks after that. Like we're gonna be in all-time hype mode. Be theory crafted and like getting shit together. I think Last Epoch is my current favorite ARPG right now, though, so we'll definitely be jumping in. They're unlocked via character level. Oh, that's huge. Do you have a source for that? I actually didn't know that. Meal prepping for 2 weeks ahead of launch. The chicken on deck. Unpopular opinion, Last Epoch is better than Diablo 4. I actually think that's quite a popular opinion. I wouldn't even consider that a hot take. Big question that will sound very dumb, but what do I do to actually get to Endgame in Borderlands 3? I played Mayhem 1, passed to Mayhem 12 as many suggested, and now I feel like kind of stuck with too little damage. Well, now you need to get... I mean, if you're not going to work your way up, now you need to go get weapons and gear that will help you kill things on Mayhem 11 so that you can do damage. If you kind of want to cheese it, you can go tip Moxie for a Mayhem 11 crit. And that will give you a really good weapon. I would recommend going the slower route personally, which I find more enjoyable. Go hit up some chests. And then you kind of... If you ever watch one of my like 0 to heroes, I do that all the time. I start on Mayhem 11 with 0 gear, 0 vending machines, no purchasing anything, and try to go kill them all and take down in an hour. You can go open up some free chests to get some loot. Go kill some enemies, try to get some loot, eventually work your way up to like very easy bosses, and you know, slowly progress your character. If you know where to go to get some of the best gear in the game, it kind of depends on what character you're using, but you can get some very good gear very quickly. Yeah, you could do arms race too. You could use like the iridium fabricator. Hope your PC can run BL4. Yup. Oh, yeah, skill points to spend. Holy. Let's finish off that. Get Death Follows close. Do you need Mayhem for the Infernal Wish? I am not quite sure. Not even max VM. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's your end goal for this run? Probably do both takedowns. Entre takedown. Which Borderlands game would you recommend to play first for a new player to the series? Chow, what do you think? I think 2. I think you play 2 first, to be honest. 2's got a really fun playthrough. All the characters are dope. The story's good. I would probably play through the story of 2. And then, like, once you're done with your first playthrough of 2, you could call it there, to be honest. You could go, like, do the DLCs and stuff like that, but I would definitely start with 2. I don't think you need to, like, go super deep into its endgame, to be honest. But definitely play through the story of 2 first. The DLCs are all really good for it, too. I'd probably like do 2 campaign, turn it to True Vault Hunter mode, and then go do the DLCs, knock out the DLCs, and then go play Borderlands 3. Kind of depends. But it's also so much harder to go from 3 to 2 than it is to go from 2 to 3. Do you all like the game? Are you talking about BL4 or 3? Do you think 2-1 pre-sequel 3? I don't know if I'd put someone through 1 in the pre-sequel before 3. To me, it's like, do 2 to get an experience of what Borderlands is. Do 3 to see the improvements and, like, how much better the gameplay is. And then if you're still craving Borderlands, then you could play the pre-sequel in 1. Like, if you're still up for more Borderlands, go play 1 in the pre-sequel. Pre-sequel if you like Jack. Yeah, that's true. Pre-sequel's got some interesting story. Boom, 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 boom. The pre-sequel does have some fun vault hunters. Great vault hunters besides Claptrap. Can't go wrong besides Claptrap. Even base Wonderlands is worth it. Yes, I'd put Wonderlands in that same kind of category, though, of, like, if you're still craving more Borderlands stuff after playing 2 and 3, then Wonderlands is a fun time. But it's also, like, quite different. Just ignore what's happening on your screen. Beans. Wait, that didn't work. Really? You know what, PoE 1 or PoE 2? Borderlands 4 120 euro edition. Is that a collector's edition? That is basically Borderlands 4 plus the entire year of content that is going to be dropping after the game launches. So it's Borderlands 4 plus a year of content for the game. 1. Yeah, I haven't streamed much 1. Well, the issue with streaming 1 right now is we were blasting and then I had to go away for the Borderlands trip and stuff. And I don't know, man. It's so tough to, like, miss any time in PoE leagues because you just get so far behind. We just level up from traveling, Pog. We're gonna have to slightly respec that tree, but it's fine for now. Is their story in each game different? Would I miss a lot if I started Borderlands 2, or it doesn't matter? You're not really missing any story by skipping BL1, to be honest with you. Borderlands 2 is a great point to start off the story. And then if you... Borderlands, the pre-sequel, is basically the backstory to Borderlands 2. So if you really like the story and the events of Borderlands 2 and you really like Handsome Jack, then the pre-sequel gives some really cool insight into like that. And then Borderlands 3 is, you know, just a continuation. Yeah, that's true. Like who, like Roland and Lilith is and all that is helpful for BL2. If I don't know, if you're committed, you could start with BL1. Like you definitely could. The reason people and myself would recommend Borderlands 2 first is just simply because Borderlands 1 is a very old game. You know what I mean? Like, if you try Borderlands 1 and don't get into it and then miss out on playing 2 because of Borderlands 1, that's going to be a huge bummer. You know what I mean? Like, Borderlands 2 is an improvement on just about every single aspect of Borderlands 1. Yeah, I mean, Borderlands 1's not a great story, but it is still, like, cool setting and character introductions to everyone. Honestly, the coolest, like, story thing about Borderlands 1 is, like, Pandora. Like, the actual, like, environmental world of BO1. Exploring that for, like, the first time. The alien wasteland type deal. That's cool. You think just watch a recap story? A recap video? Yeah, it's not a bad idea either. Same Linkin Park started playing for you as well. Nice. Wait, this guy's gonna solo me. What the heck? Get off. Is this the first new Borderlands launch that you started streaming? Yes and no. Like, if you don't count Wonderlands, then yes. If you do count Wonderlands, then no. Wonderlands launch was huge for me. Up until they put out the first PLC, and then everyone stopped playing. But the actual launch of Wonderlands was pretty big for the channel. The first Wonderlands video that I put out is still my most viewed Borderlands video of all time. Was the first Wonderlands video I made. What's my favorite Zane build? Borsplosion. Boom, boom, boom. Are they still working on Wonderlands 2 as far as we know? I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything about a Wonderlands 2 since, like, I think there was like an original, I think there was like some sort of document or something when they got purchased about like them, like, you know, that the Wonderlands 2 is going to be a thing. But like besides that, we don't really know anything. What's my favorite Borderlands 2 build? Probably a pretty basic answer, but I loved Legendary Cat Maya. It's just a very fun build. Sandhawk, bee. Tons of like explosions and elements and ricochets, and it was a good time. There was a lot of cool builds in BL2. Cheater Axton. Cheater Axton went kind of hard. Dual Infinities on Sal. Salvador was just good fun. There's not like a specific build on Sal that'll be like, oh, like this build. It was just kind of like Salvador. You just dual wield with a grog and have crazy healing and damage. Or hold like any Moxie weapon. Yeah, Anteater and Malon. They're definitely better in 4. I can't speak a ton about TDR because I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I gravitated towards TDO in 4 yet, but Malon feels way better. That melee 0 build, I don't know if there was like a name for it or whatnot. That you'd use what was it, like Chain Lightning? Love Thumper. The like rapier. And just, you know, self chain lightning yourself and then go poke things. That was good fun. A 7-year-old game at this time. Dude, imagine if they had done that for BL3. If we got a DLC for this game. New Game Informer vid? Like just now? Oh shit, there is a new Game Informer video. It came out 50 minutes ago.
Gearbox created the loot.
Oh shit, okay, alright, we can watch this. I talked to this guy. One second before we watch this. Let me order some food. Yeah, it's a different video from what I mentioned earlier. What do we get for dinner? I have chicken in the fridge that I could make, but that seems kind of like a hassle. If we're streaming. You played as this guy in Skate 2. Red Baron? I don't think I've ever had a Red Baron pizza. Sorry, wait. I'll put on music. That is indeed the K6 special. I'm just gonna get a burrito bowl. Whoa. Since when is it additional $7 to get a double meat at Chipotle? That's crazy. Make sure you get it from the doorman. I don't have a doorman anymore. Cool. All right. Let's watch this.
Looter shooter, right? Like this is a game genre that this company founded, and they've been working on these games since 2009, I believe. Before that even, you know, that's when the game released, but they've been thinking about looter shooters for over a decade.
Designing the loot system.
I didn't write the Borderlands 1 cover story, but I was involved in the discussions. Randy Pitchford came to Minnesota, pitched us the game. Back then it was a prototype of, I think it was just elevators going to different levels that would procedurally generate an environment and different weapons and enemies. But that was the proof of concept they were showing us. And it was a prototype of, I think it was just elevators going to different levels
Okay, we're gonna watch this all the way through, and I'm not gonna pause. And then we'll go back and like analyze, because this is already new gameplay. That's level 20.
Procedurally generate an environment and different weapons and enemies. But that was the proof of concept they were showing us, the loot loop, right? Like how there could be a gazillion guns in a shooter game.
Like it's easy to have a million swords when the picture's the same and it's just the text that's different, right? It's just the variables that are different. But when you're holding the thing in your hand as a first-person model and you see it on the screen from the eyeballs of the character, like there's an asset, there's a physical model there that has, like, so you can't build 100 of those, let alone a billion. So there has to be a system. very, very awesome and clever people. Some of my dearest friends in the world
Desert-looking
that
area.
I've been working with for a long time, got together and architected an AI. Like, we made an AI in 2008 that would ingest what we gave it and be able to assemble. Back then we called it procedural generation. You know, it's generative stuff. And it makes the guns for us. That when we give it the material, we give it what it needs, and it generates it. And with that system, you know,
That gun looks crazy.
I remember when Jimmy was the primary architect of that, and I remember
Holy shit,
when
that's
I
Moxie's
first,
bar.
like, he brought me in, and like we had one, I think, was it pistols or rifles first? I don't remember. I think it might have been pistols. We had a handful of components, and we had a handful of materials, and we had all these other variables, and he had his architecture and his algorithms working, and he had it all rigged up. And it was like the first time, okay, well, let's launch it, let's see what happens. And he had a hotkey where I think it was the P button. You hit P, and it would do the procedural generation of all that stuff, and then spit one out into the world. And then we could see it. And we had a rudimentary, like, loot card that would show us what we're looking at. And it was like, he did it. There was a thing there, and it's like, that looks pretty cool. I'm like, oh, look what it did. And then press it again. And then, like, I sit down, and I was spewing and it was just loot heaven. And I was like, this is the coolest fucking thing. And you know what's funny is, like, just the spawning of the guns was so fun. It took us until Borderlands 3 before I'm like, you know, we got to have a gun. So, like, if you beat Borderlands 3, you'll get a
Source
gun.
Jolt, dude.
It uses iridium as
Let's
ammo,
go.
and it shoots other guns.
That's cool.
The bullets are guns, which gives the customers finally that feeling that I had when we were first working with the software that Jimmy made.
In Borderlands 3, we wanted to establish, like, a manufacturer identity, and, like, having each manufacturer create, like, its behavioral or gun firing mechanism kind of identity. And then
Let's go, Grant.
The players loved that aspect of the game, and we added more and more behaviors. And then we realized in BL4, like, adding more would just lead to, like, complexity and like, just lots of behavioral overload. So what we did was we wanted to combine.
Whoa! That's a mallow on
what
firing
manufacturers could
stickies.
do with each other, and figure out, like, hey, like, what is the synergy between a Maliwan and a Tediore, like,
it's so
elements
cool.
and throwing.
I haven't seen
or
I haven't seen that combo
and
yet.
That's kind of where we started as the inception of the idea for gear in BL4. Beyond that, we knew that each manufacturer had certain, like, gameplay mechanism shticks that people loved, that people really enjoyed.
More
So we
Mallow
just
on
took,
stickies.
parts of that, and we just said, like, okay, well, this is the defining part, and let's streamline it so that every gun that rolls this can, you know, be you know, whether it's elemental or be thrown or have, like, Jacob's crit modifiers
definitely
and stuff
some
like that.
aim.
We isolated certain parts so that, one, we didn't overload art, but two, that we could say, like, okay, if the gun rolls this part, then we can establish this kind of behavioral tree, and if it doesn't roll this part, then we can stay with the kind of mainline balance.
We've established over the course of all the games these really strong brand identities for our manufacturer, and so really we have the tough decision of now of, like, we always want to do something new and, you know, grow our universe. So we've got that, but then we also have this great history and backlog of all these really beloved manufacturers. So it's a lot of push and pull between the designers to determine, like, what behaviors do we want this time around.
So before, guns had, like, so many wildly different parts as we were kind of exploring that system. And in Borderlands 4, we've made it so that, like, guns have very specific part categories that, like, if you know you have, you know, like, part A or part B through, like, the weapon inspector, you could see, like, oh,
More
okay, I know
Mallow
that
on
hitting a damage roll
stickies.
versus, like, a fire rate roll. So we've streamlined it in the sense of making it easier for the player to understand, and also for us and in general for the balance in the background.
So it's a lot of, like, back and forth, but then we also kind of look at the big picture and understand, like, of all the manufacturers, what are going to create the best interplay between them. I also try to, like, create design lanes, so to speak, and say, you're going to get this through this thing. I don't like when anything can do everything. That's kind of, like, ultimately bland and not special and not unique. And so when we're looking at the behaviors of, like, the manufacturers, we say, well, Torgs are known for explosions, and that's where you're going to get that fantasy fulfilled. But with licensed behaviors now, you can get that same fantasy fulfillment, but on like a big Vladoff, you know, SMG that's got a massive magazine, and now you just got tons of explosions. And we kind of set those lanes, and we break the rules. Rules are made to be broken, but by and large, I think that creates really identifiable gameplay for players to kind of like rally behind and kind of make their expression of their skill.
And can you tell me about the new manufacturers that you're introducing in this entry?
Yep, we got Daedalus, Order, and Ripper. Daedalus, what's great about Daedalus is it has a weapon swap between the type of munitions it uses. So you can go from an assault rifle that shoots like an assault rifle, then you press weapon swap, and now it's shooting like a shotgun. And that plays really nice with a lot of our gear, because now if you've got a piece of gear that says gives bonus damage to shotguns, well, even though you have an assault rifle in your hand, if you swap over to shotgun mode, it's getting those bonuses as a shotgun. So that's really unique.
Cool.
The Rippers, you charge them up briefly, and then they're just automatic. They just spew damage. And then Order, we wanted to Rippers kind of literally tied to the Rippers, of course, and it's kind of like anything gold. You hold down the button, it's just going to let go damage. Order, it's about control, right? So those all by default you hold to charge up and release, and you get like a massive damage bonus for doing that. But at the same time, it's about precision. The assault rifles almost feel like DMRs in a sense. So we actually took the history of those factions and tried to make sure that the weapons represented those in their actual mechanics.
We definitely don't start from a point where like we want to keep things balanced. We definitely start with like fantasy fulfillment and wanting to make things outlandishly badass.
But I never want a piece of gear to be so overwhelmingly better that a player would feel stupid not to use it, or at like such a big disadvantage that it's like someone would be like, well, why aren't you just doing this? This is the win button.
Half the gear in BL3.
I think challenge and overcoming challenge is what's satisfying about games. And being handed a piece of gear or something that is just wildly out of whack makes the game less fun. It actually makes it boring. It makes it not interesting. You don't feel choice. You don't feel consequence. And so, it takes a lot of work to do. We have a very complex game with many systems. Like all of our gear is talking to all of our action skills and back and forth, right? But we made some changes this time around, learning from Borderlands 3 and Wonderlands how to better balance the game, how to kind of really be critical with our math behind under the hood, to kind of hopefully prevent those wildly multiplicative moments of super spiky damage.
What?
You can still create super powerful characters, and we got an end game to talk about later where you're going to get to explore what your character's fully capable of. But I think this time around we're going to do a better job in general of finding that sweet spot of challenge, but still letting players stomp the shit out of the bad guys.
The new traversal mechanics allow a new skill expression for the player. So and this is part of the connection with the seamless world and the way to attack a certain space from so many different angles. It's the same formula, but from a different dimension.
Interesting. This new area looks very like ruiny.
In the sense that like before
like
you would look at a
crash.
space and you would say, okay, I know I've played this space, I've farmed this enemy over and over and over, and I know what the formula is. Now, when you enter a space, you can choose to enter it from the same spot that you did the last time if you played this content. Or you can actually choose to switch up your gear build and switch up your things, and then you feel empowered to do so because you can now attack from a different angle and different dimension. And that's the cool part about what the world has done for our game, is that it's opened up the different ways to enter a space and combat it. And with grapple, glide, double jump, like you can do these cool tricks that just feel natural. They're not like, it's not like you see a puzzle and you're like, oh, okay, I know I have to double jump over this to do this, or I know I have to grapple this to do this. It's like, it's mostly there as like a loose choice to empower you to kind of play the way you want. And then with passives, gear, enhancements,
this area looks cool.
Types,
I dig
heavy
it.
weapon types, you can mix and match to just provide yourself that variety. And then if you didn't like it, or if you wanted to try something else for that same combat or a different combat zone, you can change it up real quick and then you can play that. Like, that's the coolest part of the game. The whole model of like break free not just applies to the lore, but really applies to the gameplay, where you know, we're asking players like, Borderlands has always been about builds, and now we've empowered them to create even more builds, and we're saying that like the space is now promoting you to play a different build if you want to, right? Because of so many ways to attack this versus just entering from the same doorway and knowing what you're going to get.
This time around, I really wanted legendary gear to feel really special, and so we balanced the faucet on that to be pretty tight. But when you do see a legendary, you're going to flip out. My goal, you know, this time around is I want every piece of gear to matter.
They're going to show new legendaries.
Literally have billions of guns. That's a pretty tall order. But we have a great group of designers that we've created this rarity, you know, curve to really say like, okay, early in the game, I care about greens and blues. And later in the game, you move on to blues and purples, and the purples to oranges. And another thing that we've done too is we've actually like set up our like license behavior system to respect the rarity in a way. So, you know, what would happen in Borderlands 3 is like the legendaries became kind of the star of the show as part of the anointments and the Endgame and mayhem for Borderlands 3. This time around, I wanted to make sure that epics mattered just as much, for sure. And so like our craziest combinations of gear are actually the epics. They're not the legendaries. The legendaries, you give up one of those manufacturer behaviors for whatever that legendary behavior is. So, you know, now you might be looking for God roll purples as opposed to God roll legendaries or epics for purple. So we've actually kind of like built into actually just how gear is put together, be thinking about how can we make this piece of gear matter relative to any other piece of gear. And, you know, like I said, balance is tough. I'm sure after the game will come out, we'll have to balance stuff. Like I said, no game is perfect. Borderlands 4 will not be perfect. But I think we did a good job of thinking about making gear matter across a spectrum of rarity and balancing the complexity of those parts over time and over rarity.
W. Word. Let's go through that real quick. Just of the
be able
new
to assemble.
scenes.
Back then we called it procedural generation. You know, it's generative stuff. And
What does that say?
and
It says Moxie's, and then on the wall, it's like, is it Moxie's Bottoms? Is that the name of this place?
and
It looks like it's Moxie's. Oh, it's Moxie's Bottoms Up.
and it makes the
There's a
guns
little
for
up on
us.
the side.
When
Okay.
we give it the material, we give it what it needs, and it generates it.
New Moxie's
and with
bar.
that system, you know, when I remember when Jimmy, you know, Jimmy was the primary architect of that, and I remember
There's Zane and Moxie. I'm trying to see if there's anyone else we
when
recognize.
I first, like, he brought me in, and like we had one, I think, was it pistols or rifles first? I don't remember. I think it might have been pistols. We had a handful of components,
That was
and
old
we had a handful
gameplay.
of materials, and we had
Knew that each manufacturer had certain like
these
gameplay
Malawan
mechanism
stickies
sticks
look
that people
really
love,
cool.
that people really enjoyed. So we just took parts of that and we just said like, okay, well, this is the defining part of some sticks that people love.
I was about to say, Malawan, I think is just gonna. If it's on a Malawan, it's gonna be swapped. You won't be able to do impact or a sticky. It's just gonna be like stickies.
That people really enjoyed. So we just took parts of that and we just said like, okay, well, this is the defining part, and let's streamline it so that every gun that rolls this can, you know, be you know, whether it's elemental or be thrown or have like Jacob's crit modifiers and stuff like that. We isolated certain parts so that one, we didn't overload art, but two, that we could say like, okay, if the gun rolls this, we made it so that like guns have very specific part categories that like if you know you have like part A or part B through like the weapon inspector, you could see like, oh, okay, I know that I'm getting a damage roll versus like a fire rate roll. So we've streamlined it in the sense of making it easier for the player to understand, and also for us and in general for the balance, and to make things outlandish.
This area is cool looking. It's
badass.
but it's the vibe that I'm getting is kind of like it used to be like a city, and then it got crashed into by Elpis, and now these are kind of like the wasteland ruins.
I
of,
never
like,
want a piece of gear to
the
be
city.
so overwhelming.
Like it looks like there's like a lot of like,
like part A.
verticality and like, you know, scraps of buildings that used to be there.
Player to understand, and also for us and in general for the balance in the background.
So it's a lot of like back and forth, but then we also kind of look at the big picture and understand like,
You know what I mean? Like there's a lot going on.
of all the manufacturers, what are going to create the best interplay between them. I also try to like create design lanes, so to speak, and say you're going to
What
get
are you guys
this
arguing
through this
about?
thing. I don't like when anything can do everything. That's kind of like ultimately bland and not special and not unique. And so when we're looking at the behaviors of like the manufacturers, we say,
The
well,
Chipotle
Torgs
upcharge
are known
is
for
fun. I just seen
explosions,
that.
and that's where you're going to get that fantasy fulfilled. But with licensed behaviors now, you can get that same fantasy fulfillment, but on like
City was there
a
before.
big flat off, you know,
Is this city was
SMG
there
that's got a
before
massive
Timekeeper
magazine,
took
and now you just
over?
got tons of explosions. And
I think
you know, we
Timekeeper's been
kinda
ruling
set those
Kairos for
lanes, and
like
we break the
forever.
rules.
I don't know if there
Rules are
is
made to
like
be
a
broken,
before
but
the
by and large, I
Timekeeper.
think that creates really identifiable gameplay for players to kind of like rally behind and kind of make.
The TOS, gotcha. There's a lot of misinformation about the TOS. I'd be careful on who you're getting your
their
information from on it.
of their skill.
And can you tell me about the new manufacturers that you're introducing in this entry?
Yep, we got Daedalus, Order, and Ripper.
It is a result of the
Um,
planet crash. Cool.
Daedalus, what's great about Daedalus is it has a weapon swap.
What's up, No
between
Longer?
the
How you
type
doing?
of munitions it uses. So you can go from an assault rifle.
There is
that
impact
shoots like an
for
assault rifle,
licensed
then
parts
you
as
press
well.
weapon
Cool.
swap, and now it's shooting like a shotgun.
Probably gyro jets as well. Then
And that plays really nice with a lot of our gear because
I did
now
see a
if you've
gyro
got
jet
a piece
one.
of gear that says gives bonus damage.
Initially badass.
But I never want a piece of gear
I like all the kill skills showing up there.
to be so overwhelmingly better that a player would feel stupid not to use
That's
it.
a lot
Or
of damage.
Yo, Eugen Sis, thanks so much for the Twitch Prime for 4 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy another month of ad reviewing sub all these sections of the Discord. And thank you for putting them a little bit.
No, that's a lot of damage.
At like such a big disadvantage that it's like someone would be like, well, why aren't you just doing this? This is the win button. You know, I think challenge and overcoming challenge is what's
Dude, there's so much
satisfying
like
about games.
verticality
And
off
being
in the
handed
distance. I hope you can
piece
like
of
actually
gear
go
or
there.
something that
You know what I mean? Like I hope you can actually like go up to that hill.
is just wildly out of whack. Makes the game less fun. It actually makes it boring. It makes it not interesting.
Gray bar on the health bar of the player there. It's
You
probably
don't feel choice, you
specialization.
don't feel consequence. And so, you know, it takes a lot of work to do. We have a very complex game with many.
Does gear that say bonus shotgun damage apply to a Vladov that has the shotgun AR mode, even when you're in AR mode? He said something about that. Oh, I forget what the timestamp was, but he said something about like dayless swapping.
Thing can do everything. That's full gameplay. That says gives bonus DMRs in a sense. So
It was
you
like
know,
right before here.
damage. Order, it's about the Rippers. You charge them up briefly, and then they're just automatic. If you've got a piece of gear that says gives bonus damage to shotguns,
Yo, Vice, thanks so much for the $10. What is the problem with stacking the loot wheel? Doesn't that make certain things rare? Did Borderlands 3 not do that? People talk about how loot isn't rare enough, but it took multiple kills to get the weapon. What is the problem with stacking the loot wheel? I think I understand what you're saying. So Borderlands 3, if something had a 20% dedicated drop rate, but it had 2 dedicated drops, that would mean that the actual drop rate was 10%. Because it would roll if you got a dedicated, and then it would roll which dedicated you got. In Borderlands 4, it's going to be if something has a 20% drop chance, both legendaries have a 20% drop chance. The big improvement there is that they can actually make things better to farm, because you're not going to be, if something is in a crowded loot pool, it's not going to be at a massive disadvantage. So, like, for example, they could set something as the drop rate as like 10%, and it would feel fair farming the thing that you want from it. Versus if you set something to 10% and it was in Borderlands 3, it then means if it had 4 things, then you're only looking at like a 2.5% chance. There's a take at junk option. What will be junk used for? Just selling it for money. If you need gold, you just sell it. Auto sell all junk. You just don't understand it. So if this is a wheel, if this is our loot wheel, that's too small. If this is our loot wheel in Borderlands 3, this is our 20% chance for a legendary, but this might be split up into a bunch of different legendaries. So whatever our drop chance is split up. In Borderlands 4, instead of this being one wheel that has 3 things on it, it's 3 wheels. So this would have a drop chance, this would have a drop chance, and this would have a drop chance. And when we kill a boss, all 3 of these wheels are going to spin, trying to figure out if we get the legendary or not. So before it was 1 wheel spinning, but now, for example, you can get 2 legendaries on a boss kill that are dedicated. Before, if you got 1, it would block out you getting another. So now you can get 2 legendaries, but the bigger thing is you're not hurting yourself. You're not hurting your drop chance to farm the thing that you want. If there's other legendaries. Like, let's say you wanted a white elephant from Agonizer. You could farm it for an hour and never actually see the thing that you want because you keep getting overridden by other drops. The like big kicker with that, by the way, of like in terms of like drop rate and stuff like that, is it's not like different bosses really had like different dedicated drops. I think it might have been just a standard dedicated drop rate. So if you're farming something and it has 1 drop, it's way easier to get than if you're farming something that has 4, because those things weren't like
even
adjusted.
though you have an assault rifle in your hand, if you swap over to shotgun mode, it's getting those bonuses as a shot.
Don't know if this is new, but there's now an indicator on the HUD for your shield recharge delay. Really? Wait, where do you see that? Which made farming annoying. Yup.
The rippers, of course, and it's kind of like anything gold. You hold
Shield
down
delay
the
where?
button,
I
it's
don't
just
see
going
it.
to let go damage. Order,
Oh, you might be talking about armor.
it's about control, right? So those all by default you hold to charge up and release, and you get like a massive damage bonus.
You
for
might be
doing that.
talking
But
about
at the same
armor.
time, it's about
If it was a
precision.
yellow.
They almost the assault rifles almost feel like DMRs in a sense. So we actually took the history of those
You'd prefer it to be free. The cost of like re-rolling. The thing with the cost of like re-rolling and stuff like that is we don't have a gold sink. You know, before all of your gold was spent on SDUs. SDUs are free now. You just need to like go do world activities. So like right now the only thing that gold would be used for is respecking if it's not used for
actions and try to make sure that the weapons represented
farming.
in their actual mechanics.
What's the title of this
definitely
video?
don't,
How Gearbox designs new
start from a
weapons in
point where,
Borderlands
we want to
4.
keep things balanced. We definitely start with like fantasy fulfillment and wanting to make things
724. Oh, you found it?
Bonus damage to shotguns. Well, guns it uses. So you can go from an assault rifle that shoots like an assault rifle. Then you press weapon swap, and now it's shooting like a shotgun. And that plays really nice with a lot of our gear, because now if you've got a piece of gear that says gives bonus damage to shotguns, well, even though you have an assault rifle in your hand, if you swap over to shotgun mode, it's getting those bonuses as a shotgun.
Does it still get bonuses from being an AR? Those guns would be crazy if you could get bonuses on 2. It probably just swaps. Otherwise, that would get some funky stuff.
So that's really unique. The Rippers, you charge them up briefly, and then they're just automatic. They just spew damage. And then Order, we wanted to Rippers kind of
just apply
literally
to the
tied
mode
to the
that's
Rippers,
in.
of course.
Gotcha.
And
Makes
it's kind of
sense.
like anything gold. You hold down the button, it's just going to let go damage. Order, it's
You're
about
dropping
control,
gold at the
right?
bottoms
So-
up bar.
So those all by default you hold
enough.
to charge up and release, and you get like a massive damage bonus for doing that. But at the same time, it's about precision. The assault rifles almost feel like DMRs in a sense.
Spearman ice
so
cream.
we actually
Gross.
took the history of those factions and tried to make sure.
You want dedicated drops to be their own rarity? To prevent any place holding for drops? Oh, wait. Are you saying like you want them to be their own rarity so that you can like tell easily if you got a dedicated or not? Is that what you mean? Like if you get like 3 legendaries to drop, the dedicated would be like a different color so you could tell which one was the dedicated? Or what do you mean by that?
That the weapons represented those in their actual mechanics.
We definitely don't start from a point where like we want to keep things balanced. We definitely start with like fantasy fulfillment and wanting to make things outlandishly badass.
But I never want a piece of gear to be so overwhelmingly better that
Throw an effect on the beam. It'd be better to do it on the beam than the card, because like every item in the game is just gonna look the same than in your inventory. You know what I mean? Like it'd be better if there was an effect on like of the ground, like, hey, you got the dedicated, or like an indicator on your map when you drop it, or when it drops. That could be cool.
a player would feel stupid not to use it, or at like such a big disadvantage that it's like.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna
someone
run to
would
the
be like,
restroom.
"Why
I'll be
aren't
right
you just
back.
doing this? This is the win button." I think challenge and overcoming challenge is what's satisfying about games. And being handed a piece of gear or something that is just wildly out of whack makes the game less fun. It actually makes field choice, you don't feel consequence. And so, it takes a lot of work to do. We have a very complex game with many systems. Like all of our gear is talking to all of our action skills and back and forth, right? But we made some changes this time around, learning from Borderlands 3 and Wonderlands how to better balance the game, how to kind of really be critical with our math behind under the hood, to kind of hopefully prevent those wildly multiplicative moments of super spiky damage. You can still create super powerful characters, and we got an end game to talk about later where you're going to get to explore what your character's fully capable of. But I think this time around we're going to do a better job in general of finding that sweet spot of challenge, but still letting players stomp the shit out of the bad guys.
The new traversal mechanics allow a new skill expression for the player. So, and this is part of the connection with the seamless world and the way to attack a certain space from so many different angles. It's the same formula, but from a different dimension of gameplay, in the sense that like before you would look at a space and you would say, okay, I know I've played this space, I've farmed this enemy over and over and over, and I know what the formula is. Now, when you enter a space, you can choose to enter it from the same spot that you did the last time if you played this content, or you can actually choose to switch up your gear build and switch up your things, and then you feel empowered to do so because you can now attack from a different angle, a different dimension, and that's the cool part about what the world has done for our game, is that it's opened up the different ways to enter a space and combat it. And with grapple, glide, double jump, like you can do these cool tricks that just feel natural. They're not like it's not like you see a puzzle and you're like, oh, okay, I know I have to double jump over this to do this, or I know I have to grapple this to do this. It's like, it's mostly there as like.
Is this still from the first area? No, this is the area that's after the first area, I believe. 8 minutes 50. I see the little gray segment.
You don't feel consequence. And so, you know, it takes a lot of work to do. We have a very and so, you know, it takes a lot of work to do. We have a very
Oh, I see. That little icon that was right there. That was kind of counting it down. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with the HP segment. I think he's talking about
and so,
this
you know,
icon. As soon as this
it takes a lot of work to do. We have a very
dips. I mean, it's still technically on screen and it's recharging,
complex
but
game.
that might just be the recharge delay. Yellow paint. Yup, we're back. Multicolor effect? No, we still don't know. I think it's an endgame thing. Oop, I think my food is here. They had yellow paint for people like Moxie. How'd you know? We're gonna watch the other Game Informer video as well. I'm gonna make this into a little video. Bum, bum, bum.
With many systems, like all of our gear is talking to all of our action skills and back and forth, right? But we made some changes this time around, learning from Borderlands 3 and Wonderlands how to better balance the game, how to kind of really be critical with our math behind the under the hood, to kind of hopefully prevent
with the
those
controller
wildly
sensitivity
multiplicative,
slider,
moments of super spiky damage.
My original
you can
gameplay
still
should
create
have that.
super powerful
And I was
characters,
messing around with it on our
and,
Twitch stream.
We got an end game to talk about later, where you're going to get to.
Why is so much info and gameplay coming out when the game's still a while away? It kind of ruins the drop of the game for me. I don't know what to expect. I'm not as surprised. Wowed. I guess I kind of feel that. You have to also understand that, like, myself and others have played the game, but we played the first hour and a half. We got locked to the very, very small starting area, and then we got to play one vault and repeat it. Like, I think that the amount of content that's coming out is actually not a lot because they've got a lot to show. You know what I mean?
Explore, what your character's fully capable of. But I think this time around, we're going to do a better job in general of finding that sweet
DLC
spot of challenge,
manufacturers,
but still letting players.
I don't know. DLC manufacturers would be really hard to do. If they didn't get introduced into the license part pool potentially. One second. I'm going to check on the food because Yoshi's going ballistic.
Get out of the bad guys.
The new traversal mechanics allow a new skill expression for the player. So, and this is part of the connection with the seamless world and the way to attack a certain space from so many different angles. It's the same formula, but from a different dimension of gameplay, in the sense that, like, before you would look at a space and you would say, okay, I know I've played this space, I've farmed this enemy over and over and over, and I know what the formula is. Now, when you enter a space, you can choose to enter it from the same spot that you did the last time if you played this content, or you can actually choose to switch up your gear build and switch up your things, and then you feel empowered to do so because you can now attack from a different angle and different dimension. And that's the cool part about what the world has done for our game, is that it's opened up the different ways to enter a space and combat it. And with grapple, glide, double jump, like you can do these cool tricks that just feel natural. They're not like, it's not like you see a puzzle and you're like, oh, okay, I know I have to double jump over this to do this, or I know I have to grapple this to do this. It's like, it's mostly there as like a loose choice to empower you to kind of play the way you want. And then with passives, gear, enhancements, new grenade types, heavy weapon types.
Let's watch this other Game Informer video that they put
yourself
up.
That variety.
The exclusive area that I got to play around.
We got our food now, so we would watch this.
Some cover art for Borderlands 4. So Brian, tell us all about it. You went to Gearbox. You played a bunch of Borderlands 4. How is it shaping up so far?
This is the guy that played
Well, first let me tell you about this really cool freezer that I
Harlo
stood in for like 30 seconds.
Yeah. How'd they go?
Not well.
Amon.
So Borderlands 4, the way that the series has like kind of grown with me, it's interesting because like I got into games media kind of just before Borderlands 1 came out. Like I started writing about video games in 2008, and so like I've kind of come of age with this franchise in a weird way, but like I have covered every single Borderlands game aside from I think I did a preview for pre-sequel for OXM, I think, but like I didn't cover 3 very much. And it's interesting because that is the one that like I did not really care for much. Like I loved 1 and 2, like obsessed over both of those games. Pre-sequel wasn't really for me. Tales from the Borderlands got me right back into that universe. I thought that was phenomenal, maybe Telltale's best game. But since then, it's kind of been tough sledding for me with the Borderlands franchise. I think 3 was a little bit too referential to like outside, like...
Was the tweet Tassie deleted? Jason Schreier, who's a video game writer for Bloomberg, tweeted out, hot take, like Expedition 30 or Avowed was a better game than Expedition 33, which isn't even a hot take. It's just a terrible one.
Pop culture stuff. Like it's like, okay, it's really hard to accept that this is a self-contained universe when they're referencing like memes and stuff from our world.
Yeah. Aging gracefully,
kind of,
probably.
Yeah, it was kind of charming in 2 because it was unique at the time. Like you didn't really see that often, but yeah, by the time 3 came around, I don't know, it was a little exhausting at that point.
Yeah. So and also like I don't know, it almost felt like this is gonna sound very disrespectful.
That was a crazy take.
It almost felt like the Wii U to Borderlands 4's Switch, where it's like a half step towards what we want, and then Borderlands 4 feels like the Switch, where it was like, oh my god, this is like what they were striving for, like in some ways with their previous thing, but now they're actually giving us what we want. And what that is a giant seamless open world, so like very minimal loading screens. It's not like kind of like the hub and spoke design where it's like, oh, just a big open area in the middle and then you go off into these tiny little corridors off on the sides, which is how a lot of Borderlands areas have been designed to this point. It really does feel like just this massive open world that has like activities scattered throughout it. The writing is a lot more, I mean, it's kind of, it's a little bit darker in some regards, kind of going back a little bit closer to like what Borderlands 1 was. But there's still there's just so many like hilarious moments, and like I don't know, like there were a couple moments, especially there was one with Claptrap during a side quest that I was doing, where I've never really found Claptrap super funny. I've always thought he's entertaining, but not like laugh out loud. But like there was a moment where I laughed very hard at something that happened, and then so like the traversal is also a huge upgrade.
Who are the
So
guests? I'm not
you
sure.
can
I'm
still, like,
imagining they're all
mantle
Game
and everything,
Informer
like,
people.
like up on ledges like you could in Borderlands
Pickle
3, but
DLC
now
Vault
there's,
Hunter,
like,
please
you
no.
can double jump, you can glide, you can there's a grappling hook, so it's like a kind of a rope that they throw out that they can like attach to like grapple points and swing over or like kind of rappel up. And then you can also use that to grab items in the environment, like explosive barrels, and pull them to you and then toss them, which is really cool. And all of the Vault Hunters have 3 distinct action skills, they're called, which are basically like subclasses that like operate on a cooldown. Like, so every Vault Hunter kind of has similar movement. And they can all use like guns, the guns that you pick up, which, you know, would be weird if you couldn't in a Borderlands game.
What, if just one of the Vault Hunters like didn't use guns?
Yeah,
That'd
well,
be
that's
the lot.
Batman. He's a Vault Hunter now. Real quick, Brian, which Vault Hunters did you get to play?
I got to play all 4 of them. So,
okay.
So jealous.
Vex is the Dark Siren. Rafa is the Exo Soldier. Aman is the Forge Knight, and Harlo is the Gravatar. So Rafa is kind of like more of a straightforward like soldier type class where he has his 3 action skills. One, he like kind of grows like an arm cannon, kind of like Samus, and can shoot like piercing shots, which is cool. And then he has another one that, like, if you activate it, it like activates like auto turrets, kind of, where it just automatically fires at anybody like on his screen. And then as I slam my elbow into my desk, and then
You're excited.
Yeah, I'm very excited. And then he has another one where it's like he just grows 2 blades out of his arms and goes and can do like melee attacks. So it's
Cyberpunk
yeah,
style.
kind of. So they're all very distinct. I'm not going to run through all of the abilities because they all have 3. But Amon's actually, he's like a 7'4" tall like Viking looking dude, and he has these axes that they make him like the most elemental character in the game, which is weird because like the Siren isn't the elemental character in this game. She has some elemental areas, but like normally the Siren is kind of like the elemental damage dealer. In this case, the Siren is actually kind of like a summoner. Like she kind of summons like these phantoms for one of her action skills, and like you can choose to have it be either a melee character that will run around and like use a lot of aggro, so like the enemies will focus on them, or you can do like a turret style phantom that'll provide like cover fire for you. Otherwise, she also has like this like cat minion that she can summon that will attack enemies and like teleport around the battlefield. But the elemental side of her is that when you switch your gun to, like, say I'm using incendiary ammo, that means that all the phantoms are going to have fire-based attacks. But if I switch it over to cryo, they will all have ice-based attacks. So based on what weapon you are using, your phantoms or summons will have that same element with their attacks, which is kind of
That's cool.
Yeah, so you can play with the elements a little bit that way, but Amon is way more
Vex
elemental.
does have bleed
he has,
damage, yeah.
These axes that he throws, so like that, he has like a projectile where it's like he'll throw the axe, and when you bring it up, like as your action skill, he holds up 2 axes. One is a fire, one is an ice axe. So you can choose which one you want to throw, and then there's kind of like one of his like passive trait is that each one of his action skills has an extra action skill looped on top of that. So his other action skill for the dual wielding axes, where he can throw 1 ice and 1 fire, is that it turns he forges those 2 axes together and throws it. And on the way out, I think it's fire, and the way back it is ice. So it's kind of like a dual element.
Cool.
Yeah.
I like that.
And then there's another one where he has like this like flaming punch. And I think the secondary trait for that is he like can line up a wall of fire that you can run through and everything, but enemies can't run through or shoot through it. So it's like a really good like way to place down like a little bit of cover for either you, or if you're playing co-op, your teammates. And then maybe my favorite, I don't know, this is it, so I told this like, because every time I finished they were like, oh, so what'd you think? Almost every time I stepped away from the game, I was like, I think that's going to be my main. I think that was my favorite Vault Hunter. And I wrote this in the cover story where I was like, I felt like a child, where it's like, whenever they ask you, like, oh, what's your favorite, like, candy? And it's always just, like, the candy that they ate last. They're like, oh, yeah, I just had M&M's, so M&M's are my favorite. That's how I felt with, like, the Vault Hunters. Like, in the past, I feel like I've always, like, gravitated towards, like, 1 or 2 of them immediately and be like, oh, yeah, that's totally my guy. this, like, I could see myself playing any of the 4 and being perfectly happy. And the last one that I played was Harlo, and she's kind of like this tech, like kind of like tech wizard. It's almost like a Jedi, but like more technical. So
is that what was the? Wasn't there a class in one of the other ones like Technomancer?
Yeah, it's
like
a little bit different from that.
Okay.
So she has this passive trait called entanglement, and what that does is when she uses her action skills on enemies, they become entangled. They start glowing like this rainbow, like holographic look, almost like a like a Pokemon card. And when they are in that, they kind of split damage. So like if like there's 5 enemies and I entangle 4 of them. And you entangle them through like just by touching them with your action skills. So one of hers is she can lift one enemy up almost like a Jedi, and then like slam them into other enemies.
I don't know, Brad.
Or ground or whatever to do damage. But if you keep touching other enemies with that enemy, it entangles all of them. And then if you shoot them, it kind of hurts all the other entangled ones as well.
Built-in
so it's really
ties
good
is
for crowd
wild.
control. And then the other ways you can entangle her other action skills are like she shoots like this kind of like disco ball looking bomb forward, and it has this massive area of effect explosion, and anything that it touches, in addition to dealing damage, it also entangles. And then there's another one that's just kind of like a pulse mine that she throws on the ground and like reverberates out, and as that happens it entangles all the enemies. So it's really, really good if like there's just like hordes of like monsters or enemies running at you. And that's good because like they've also upped the crowd sizes pretty significantly in this game. They're really making good use of Unreal Engine 5 with both the graphics look better, the world loads so much faster, and I'm sure that's thanks to like the tech of like the PS5 and Xbox Series X as well. I was playing on a PC, so I can't really comment on like the performance on the other platforms or even the Switch 2. But yeah.
Do you know off the top of your head, is it day and date Switch 2?
They're saying a later date in 20, but they're still saying 2025. So
yeah.
I
do think one of the
gotcha.
highest compliments you paid to the game, Brian, like we've already said, was that you in the cover story you said, I don't know who I'm going to be playing as, which I think is like, that says a lot about the game, that like there wasn't one that you were like, well, I didn't really like this one, they were a little too technical or something like that.
It ran, gameplay wise, it ran pretty flawlessly. The only time that I was having performance issues is when I was playing at 4K and streaming it, and I was getting hitches when I'd exit my menu. But I never wasn't like encountering stuttering while like gameplay or anything, or FPS drops.
Yeah, and I mean the other thing is,
but
like,
I was getting frame drops when I'd exit.
This is an all new
out
world,
of my menu
right?
or inventory.
It's not Pandora anymore. It's not Elpis, which is the moon above Pandora, or was above Pandora. The whole story is like at the end of Borderlands 3. Sorry for spoilers for Borderlands 3.
What was the FPS though? I
Lilith,
didn't have like an
who was the
FPS
siren
counter
in the
on.
first Borderlands.
I couldn't tell you like what it exactly was.
Yes, Kate
but it ran
Blanchett has to
smooth.
teleport Elpis away from Pandora because it was about to like wreak havoc on Pandora, and she teleports it to it seemed like an empty part of space, but it turned out there was a veiled planet there, and it smashed into the planet when she did that, and it shattered the veil. So now, like, there are like people know it's there now. So that happens, and then like it causes all kinds of problems in this planet. And it turns out this planet was kind of ruled by this like dictator called the Timekeeper, who I guess has been alive for a very long time, but he values order above all else. So like he's really like controlling of the people. He's installed like these like bolts on their bodies to prevent them from disobeying orders and everything. So he's basically enslaved an entire planet. And once the moon crashes into it, it actually rains down some of like, the psycho masks from from the Borderlands franchise. And one of his like underlings, the Timekeeper's underlings, picks it up and is like, oh, what's this? And then they realize like, oh, there's more out there than just this planet, and they start questioning it. So like another faction forms called the Rippers, and what they do is they realize that they're like kind of under control of the Timekeeper by these things that are like surgically implanted in their heads. So they start ripping them out. But what that does is it often mutilates their body, but it also mutilates their mind. So they also are they can be hostile as well. So you have like those factions. There's another faction in there that I didn't really get to interact with very much. But the Timekeeper is kind of like the main villain. And the bar has always been, I think this isn't really like controversial to say, but the bar for the Borderlands franchise in terms of villains has always been Handsome Jack.
Yep.
And
100%.
yeah, so like
I don't even remember the Borderlands 1 was the one I played primarily the most. I don't even remember who the
I think it was a big worm that you fought at the end. I don't know.
I think so.
So I don't know if the Timekeeper is going to reach the heights of Handsome Jack. Like, that's a very high bar to set. But he does feel very menacing, very powerful, and he he definitely believes in his cause. Like, he thinks he is doing this planet right by maintaining order.
The vibe that I get from the Timekeeper is he's just gonna be a different kind of villain. Like, I don't think he's gonna be cracking jokes in our ear as we like are traveling around. Like, I think he is going to be just kind of really bad and menacing.
Similar. I mean,
and
similar,
there'll be
all
some
good
like
villains
comic
are that
relief
way.
on
I
like
mean,
other
Thanos
characters
was a
and
great
stuff like
villain
that.
in Infinity War and Endgame because he believed in his cause, and like he talks about it in such a way that you're like, okay, yeah, I understand why you think that, even though it's clearly wrong.
Yeah,
like,
you could snap your fingers and create more resources. I mean, that's the other way you could go. But.
Exactly. But oh yeah,
and the eagles could fly you to the mountain in Lord of the Rings. Come on, guys.
But yeah, so like I think that the possibility is there for the Timekeeper to be an incredible villain. So I want to learn more about him. And I will have an article
more serious and overbearing,
that dives a little bit deeper into who the Timekeeper is through the words of the folks who created him. But yeah, like I didn't really encounter him like all that much. I fought one of his underlings in like a big boss battle that took like 25 minutes to finish. It was a very long battle.
Wait, what did you just say?
It was very cool too. It was a very long battle. It was for him like all that much. I fought one of his underlings in like a big boss battle that took like 25 minutes to finish. It was a very long battle.
Damn.
It was very cool too.
25-minute boss fight. Interesting.
Faced off against like one of his I think he was like a scientist or something. So like I fought some of his.
I'm imagining that's probably not going to be the norm.
Direct reports. But I did not really encounter him. There's only been a few times where like he would just like talk to me over like, I guess like,
Quinn Build
headset or whatever while I'm
like
playing
Handsome
through.
Jack style.
Yeah,
just, like, taunting you over the intercoms and stuff.
Like, why do you resist? Like, like that type of stuff. It's like nothing like substantial, just him kind of like pontificating. And yeah, he seems like he's going to be a very good boss or a very good like main antagonist. So I'm excited to learn more about him. Yeah, so we start off in the Fade Fields, which is very different from like a normal Borderlands like starting area because it's almost always like a wasteland when you start a Borderlands game, whether it's like sandy or icy or whatever. This is like a lush green field, and like there's all kinds of vegetation, and like it's bright and sunny. And that was intentional because they want you to get there and be like, oh, this is actually a pretty nice place. And then the more you delve into this world, the more you realize that like there's kind of like some other stuff going on, and like it really juxtaposes against like the starting area of that. That almost feels ripped from like kind of like a lot of RPGs, like where it's like, yeah, we're starting in like the beach environment or like the forest environment, and now we're going to the apocalypse environment. Okay, that's kind of how it feels because the exclusive area that I don't even think you could kill that guy if you tried. Arcadia Burn, which is one of the other. After you complete a few missions,
was not taking
the world
damage.
opens up, and you can go to Carcadia Burn, or I forget what the other name of the other zone was. But I didn't get to see that one. But it's much more like a deserty wasteland environment, and it's the Rippers that I talked about earlier that like are the other faction outside of the Order, which is the Timekeepers faction. That's where they kind of have set up shop, is in Carcadia Burn. And the reason it's a wasteland is because when the moon smashed into the planet, it's that part of the world that it hit, so it took like the brunt of the force.
Is he stealthing this section?
Really fun. There's so many side things going around. Like there are
what the hell is that scope animation?
Where it's like you'll just be going through the open world. Like they do such a good job of.
Oh, Mr. President!
Like, hey, here's like the mission marker. Like you can go there. Like we'll even have like they even have a little robot called Echo 4 that will like navigate you. Like
he might die to this bot again.
Forza Horizon style. Like draw a line on the road and you can follow that line. But there are so many diversions all throughout the world. So it's like, okay, well, there's this giant, like, kind of like foggy bubble in the middle of the world. And you're like, what's that? And you go in there, and there's like a world boss that you can fight in there.
Kind of like a Destiny style. Like this thing just shows up and
yeah,
like
it
like
seems
a scripted encounter, I guess. Or
it's like it seems like it is at random. I don't know like how they programmed it, but it seems like it's like, oh, one of those events is happening right there. Let me jump in, but you have to stay within the bubble. Like they won't come out of the bubble to attack you. You go into it, and like in order to stay in the encounter, you need to stay in like this little area.
I'm starting to understand why his boss fight was 25 minutes long.
Radius.
Yeah, which is like a very life servicey kind of thing. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. So and then there's
His
also
boss
like,
fight for this badass is about to be 10
what was it
minutes.
called? I can grab my notes here, but there's one where you are basically you're charged with getting a battery to the top of this area. I think is this the silos?
Holy shit! It's another badass.
Like, yeah, there's
He's
a
cooked.
battery down at the bottom of this area. You have to get it up to the top somehow, and like you can take it and throw it, but you can't like use like your grapple or anything or mantle while you're holding the battery. So it's kind of like a puzzle type element of like, all right, I've got to get this up there. How do I do that without most of my traversal skills?
Yeah.
And that for that one, I think the one that I completed, it gave me like a new skin for my my vehicle.
Yeah, because you have like little speeder bikes in this now, right?
Yeah, Digi-Runners, and they do control very similar to like how the kind of the bikes.
Sniper
in
Allegiance,
Destiny
no
control.
action skill playthrough.
The
No
Sparrow,
action
like,
skills, no
individual,
ordnance.
right? Because wasn't like the other vehicles in Borderlands are always like a bunch of
It is
people
what
can
it
load
is.
up onto them, right?
Yeah.
That's usually the
Yeah.
case.
These are
Kinda like
individual.
Halo.
At least what I saw,
Yeah.
they're individual. But yes, that is how it worked as far as I remember.
That's cool.
So,
Okay.
yeah, I completed a base that I assaulted. There's and that was where there was this guy in Horus. He was like he was like one of the first battles I did. I also did the a primordial vault. So when there's this other side activity where you have to find a terminal. So like you open up the terminal and it opens up like
What is this? This guy down here is currently the person who has played the most of Borderlands 4. He's played all of the Vault Hunters and gone past the starting area that any of us got to go to. And he did a little podcast with Game Informer.
thing
Or
that
he's part of
brings
Game
you a
Informer, and they
balloon,
did a
and
podcast about
it
it.
pops up, and you can use that balloon almost like the
But
launchers.
he is
in, like,
technically
Tears
the
of
most
Kingdom, because you have a
knowledgeable
glide ability,
person that can
and you
speak publicly
glide
about
just
Borderlands
as
4 in
far
the
as you
world
want,
right now.
basically. And so what you can do is you can like grab that balloon, and it'll throw you up in the air, so you can glide around a little bit easier. But also, from what I recall, and this is kind of off the top of the dome, so apologies if this is inaccurate, but I think they also give you like hints or like to where vault keys are. So it gives you intel to like fragments of your vault keys, and then the vaults are kind of like these multi-stage,
Huge grappling hook
almost like
there.
horde mode style, but like not with you don't set up anything. You just get there and you're fighting waves of enemies, and you just have to survive for as many enemies as come, and then you move on to the next platform, and then move on to the next platform, and at the end there's this big like set piece boss waiting for you. I fought a boss called Inceptus, and basically he's like this kind of like giant, like almost like lizard-like creature, and he has like these giant claws that'll slash at you. He has a big tail that he whips you with. And then like I got him down. Basically, it uses all of the traversal
thing did
stuff
some good
that
damage.
they put in the game. It was a really good showcase for that, because like not only did you have to like double jump over the tail when he whipped, or like dodge to one side or the other for when he slashed at you, but also you had to use your grapple rope to like grab it, like almost like Spider-Man style. Like he had like these like almost like pustules, if that's the right word for it, and you have to grab those and open them up to make a point of vulnerability, and then you can shoot like the SOAR basically. And then when I got him down to half health, he jumped up into the ceiling and like formed a little bit of a cocoon, and then he flooded the arena with acid. And I had these like mushrooms were up on the ceiling. You basically have to grapple from like mushroom to mushroom while shooting at the thing. It was very Spider-Man-esque if Spider-Man used guns that like ricocheted when you got a headshot.
Now, when you shot the pustules, were there any quips that you remember from your characters?
Oh man, that's gonna leave a mark. I don't know. No, something like
Man,
that. I'm sure there were some
I
quips.
guess that was a sore spot. There we go. That's a free one for you, Gearbox. You can have this. It's still time.
You can have that.
But yeah, and then another thing they've done is they've added the ability to to like replay encounters without having to like do like these weird workarounds that you used to have to do. And so like you go to this like vending machine that pops up after you beat a boss, and you can just basically instantly replay it. So because it used to be
That's
you had
also
to, like,
very life servicey.
yeah, because like you can also do that to grind loot. Like the bosses obviously drop like a lot of loot. Same thing for those Rift champions I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
They drop a lot of loot, and so like it's maybe worth it to replay that boss battle.
Yeah, so and you can just replay a boss battle like as many times as you want.
I think there is like a currency attached to it, but I think like they didn't seem to indicate that it's like a rare currency or anything like that.
Gold.
And then they've also made changes like, rather than having like finding health packs or health kits in like lockers and stuff like that, now it's just a cooldown that you have. So you have rep kits, and it operates on a cooldown, and it not only heals you, but it also buffs you in certain ways. And there's different rep kits that you can equip. So, and then
Do you like that? Like, as opposed to like the lockers? Yeah, that's
definitely.
something
I definitely prefer it. And then they also made some improvements to co-op. Like you no longer have to like just spawn at like a nearby checkpoint, or now you can spawn directly on your co-op partner, and you can split, because it's like I said, it's a giant seamless open world.
It is very
and
cool
you
that
can
there's no
explore
like
as far away
tether
from each other
to
as
your co-op
possible.
partner. You could
And
you could be
it'll
totally
only,
opposite ends of
like,
the world playing together.
Like, auto teleporting.
It's very
you
cool.
Once somebody enters another biome, like if you're in Fade Fields and they go to Carcadia Burn, it'll be like teleporting you in, I don't know what the countdown is, but it's like 5, 4, and you can push a button and cancel that. So it's not like automatically going to teleport you. It just like initiates the sequence, but you can stop it from doing that. So that's nice.
So you can explore separate biomes then.
It sure seems like it. Like I did not do it, but they said, oh yeah, it'll auto teleport you one. Because like I was talking to one developer and playing co-op with another, and he was like, oh yeah, hold on right here for a second. He was like telling me about something, and then he's like, all right, your co-op partner is over there, and it said like 1,100 meters away, and he's like, you can try to catch up with him, or you can auto teleport to his location at any time, which is also very cool. So you don't have to wait for like any kind of auto teleport. But they were like, yeah, you can cancel that if you want to. So it does seem like I could explore one part of the world, and Marcus, you can explore another part of the world. So that is also very cool. They also one of the big things that they've done is if you've played Borderlands 3, like the manufacturers of the guns became even more important in that game, and basically those manufacturers have different traits. So that gives them like a more identifiable characteristic. So it's like, oh, I have this gun. That means it's gonna ricochet. If I shoot somebody in the head, it's gonna do a crit hit. It's going to ricochet to another enemy automatically. Or this one shoots sticky bombs or something like that. Now there is a component of mixing and matching those traits. So like if you have the ricochet off the crit shots, and you pick a gun up that happens to have a licensed part from the manufacturer that does the sticky bombs, you will get both of those. It'll get the best of both worlds in that. Or this one, like, you'll be like, oh, it's this gun, but it has a licensed part from this. So you get the both of those characteristics in that gun. So it really upped the number of combinations there are. Like
They'll never make fun of my gameplay
always had,
again.
I think, like, over 1 billion guns in every Borderlands game, just through like procedural generation.
Yeah.
But like I think they were talking, and this I believe at one point, again, don't quote me on this, but I think they said upwards of 5 billion combinations.
That's several more billions.
That is many guns.
That is a lot of weapons.
Yes. So and yeah, like I feel like they've nailed the tone of the writing. Again, I didn't play too many story moments, but like they definitely feel more reined in with the humor. And they kind of described it the way when I interviewed Nagoshi, the guy behind the Yakuza series originally. He explained it as
Why did he hop in the vehicle?
if you play the main,
throw them off their
like
game.
the main critical path
Element of surprise,
the story,
they didn't see it coming.
You will get this very serious drama type story, action focused drama, basically. But if you go off the beaten path, that's where you get the comedic stuff, like the side quests and everything. That's kind of how the Borderlands writing team explained how they're like balancing the comedy with the kind of serious action stuff.
Okay, awesome.
But it's
Well,
still
yes.
seasoned with that humor, though. Even when you're playing the main stuff, there's still going to be little quips. There's still going to be funny moments. But yeah, the funniest moments that I experienced were definitely when I was doing side stuff.
Okay, what's a funny
This
line? that
is
you can remember?
incredible.
The claptrap one that made me laugh, because claptrap's always like kind of very like happy-go-lucky in a lot of ways, and sometimes a little menacing. But he was like telling me to go do something, and like I was like, I don't want to spoil too
The
much. But I
shots
was, like,
recoiled him off the
going
headshot.
from like area to area, grabbing these mementos
Be
that
nice.
like
I'm
I guess
being nice. I'm
crashed
being
down
nice.
on Kairos, the new planet,
sorry.
when the moon crashed into it. And Claptrap's like, "Oh, I guess it's not there." And then like you killed one more guy, and I guess he drops it, and you find it, and he's just like, "Oh, it was there? Never question me again!" Like a real deep voice, and I'm like, "Whoa!" So that was
right.
it was pretty funny. I don't know, like it was just out of the blue,
Caught
like
you off guard.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
completely. It's not going to do it justice when I explain it like that.
Yeah,
It's
he had to be there.
basically, yeah, the game of
You will
telephone.
be there in a few months.
A game of telephone with something I experienced almost a month ago now.
Yeah.
But yeah, because I did play one day. I traveled to Novato, California before this trip to Frisco, Texas, and went to 2K's offices out in Novato, California, and played a day of Borderlands 4 there. And then 2 weeks later, I went to Texas and spent 2 whole days at Gearbox.
Oh, he went to actual Gearbox to play. That's probably where they let him
Doing
play
interviews,
Amon and
playing
Harlo.
Hours upon hours of Borderlands 4, and I mean, I've got to say, like I went in with
Because
caution.
Novato is where we went
I
to
was
play.
like very hesitant to like allowing myself to be excited for this game, and I stepped away being like, okay, I think they understand what they needed to do to course correct. In talking with Randy Pitchford, like I talked to him a little bit about like, what lessons did you learn from Borderlands 3? Like, where did you want to carry into Borderlands 4? And he was like, like he gave me this whole story about the reason it's called Borderlands is because it exists in between multiple things. Like, it's a shooter, but it's also an RPG. It's a comedy, but it's also a drama. So it's like all these different things that exists like in the borders between these different things. And he was like, I think that with like some of our recent games, we've gone off too far one way or the other, and we wanted to get back to that Borderlands region where it's like we are kind of like in like that gray area between those spaces. And I was like, okay, that does make sense, and that does seem to be in line with what I have experienced so far. And I've got to say, like, it has made me feel the excitement that I felt when like Borderlands 2 was coming out, where I was just like, okay, yeah, a sequel to a game that I absolutely adore is coming out, and everything I've seen has told me it's going to be amazing.
Dude, he makes a good point about like, it is tough and it is scary to be excited for video games in these days. You know what I mean? Like, you really just never know what you're gonna get so many times.
And
like marketing leading up to a game can be so many different
Borderlands 4
things
is,
versus like the actual
up there with
product
my
is.
most anticipated games for the rest of this year.
It is tough
I'm
to
excited.
That's impressive.
get genuinely
Yeah. 'Cause,
excited.
like you said, it's not like you went in there expecting to be blown away or
I
walk
can't tell
out
you
with,
how
like, this is-
excited
I'm
I was
really
for
looking
Battlefield
forward to this now. You were just
2042.
like, yeah, let me see what this is. Let me see what Borderlands is today, and like that gives me that makes me optimistic too, because I'm not really a big Borderlands guy, but like I did play 1. And I liked 1 quite a bit, but then I kind of fell off on 2, and I don't think I ever even booted up 3.
It hasn't on BL4 because Gearbox has
those
been
games are
lately with
cool.
their
I
games.
don't- I'm always open for an excuse to revisit them,
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as you. Like, I love 1 and 2.
I feel like it's fair to be hesitant on BL4 because of past games. What I don't get is I'll get YouTube comments like, I'm worried about Borderlands 4 because of the movie. Like, dude, the people that are coding and writing Borderlands 4, the devs,
The other ones,
the
just
video
did it
game
the same way.
developers, I had no
it's
part
been very
in
hard for me to get excited
the
for a
movie.
new Borderlands. Like, since
The
2,
movie
pretty
was
much.
bad, but
yeah, hearing your
there's
enthusiasm
no
for it is
involvement with the
definitely,
people
like,
making
I was
Borderlands
just kind of
4.
like indifferent to 4 up until this point, pretty much. But yeah, I am more likely to give it a shot now. It does sound like they're doing some cool stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very
There
much
was a
looking
movie.
forward to
Nope.
it, and it was
No
fun
such
because
thing.
like I also got to know a lot of these developers, and like most of them have been there for like at least a decade, if not more. Like the creative director was like a level designer on Borderlands 1, and like the art director has been there like working at Gearbox since before Borderlands 1. Like he was involved with like the art direction change and everything like that. So like it's really like they have that institutional knowledge that I think that like a lot of studios unfortunately don't have too much of these days, with like the state of the industry and everything, where it's like people being, you know, laid off, studios being closed.
Balancing.
You know, Gearbox has been around for a while now, and a lot of their more senior people have been there for almost as long as the studio's been open, at least as long as they've been working on Borderlands. But there's also a fair injection of newer talent as well that I was able to talk to. So it's cool to get both sides of that, of like some of the people being like, oh yeah, like I got into the industry because I loved playing Borderlands 1 and 2 when I was like in high school, and now here I am working at the studio. And then like, you know, other people, it's like, oh yeah, I was the reason that we changed the art style, or I worked closely with Randy when we were changing the art style for
What are the
Borderlands
dedicated
1.
drop
And,
chances going to be?
you know, if
we don't know
the
what they're
story
going to
behind
be.
that, I will have a story.
We know that they're not going to
why
be
they did that. If you
overlapping
if you
each
recall,
other,
Game
though.
Informer actually had Borderlands 1 on the cover back when it had a completely different art style. It almost looked more like
I remember this.
I would say like closer to what
I'm pretty
Rage
sure Game
was. Like, if you
Informer's
look at, like,
magazine
it's
was what
Mad
first
Maxy.
brought my attention to Borderlands.
So it was,
was
like
the Game
kind
Informer
of more of a
article on
straight-laced
Borderlands
style,
1.
which I don't think would have gelled well with the writing and like.
What do you mean
tone of the game
overlapping?
overall.
If you got a dedicated
It
drop
was
in
called
Borderlands
Pandora
3, you
originally.
couldn't get another dedicated drop. Only one dedicated drop could drop at a time. And so they were competing for each other, competing for drop chances. In Borderlands 4, there's no more competing drop chances. You could get all of the dedicateds to drop at once.
And they changed it to Borderlands before they launched, and when they changed the art style. And I talked to Randy, I talked to Graham, who's the creative director of Borderlands 4. I asked him the little tease. I was like, hey, what was your thought when, like, you know, Randy came in the room and was like, hey guys, I know we're like getting closer to finishing this game, but we have to change the entire art style. And his first answer was, and I'll censor myself here, effing insane was what he thought of that decision initially. But now he's like, yeah, it's absolutely the right choice because, like, look at where the series is now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'll have a story on that in the coming weeks as well over on GameInformer.com. Got some other more in-depth stuff on, like, the Timekeeper, stuff on the seamless open world, in-depth hands-on impressions of all of the Vault Hunters. So lots of exclusive coverage coming this month to GameInformer.com.
In-depth hands-on. Is Game Informer going to be the ones who break the skill trees for Amon and Harlo? I wonder if Game Informer is going to have exclusive rights to the skill tree reveal. I'd be curious. Chaotic, thank you for the 41 months. I don't know if I called that out or not. Chaotic, thank you for 41 months. Appreciate that. Enjoy another month of ad-free viewing. Sub-only sex with Discord, and thank you for part of the Borderlands.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Did they pay for it? I have no idea. I know Game Informer and Borderlands kind of go way back, as in like Game Informer was the first publishing thing to really like promote Borderlands, so it might just be like part of that. But Game Informer is also just coming back now, as in like I think they're like rebooting the whole brand or something happened with it. So this is their like comeback, and so maybe Borderlands is just doing them a solid by giving them like exclusivity. What's this guy's Twitch? I couldn't find him on any socials. I did find his email, and I sent him an email. But I don't think he ever got back to me. Cool. You gonna make a new intro? Yeah. Maxwell guys on contacting Gearbox for Amon and Harlo reveal. That would be pretty lit. I'm gonna make this video real quick. Let's watch this.
Shooter, right? Like this is a game.
Ba-ba-ba-bum.
Gearbox created the looter.
Yo guys, what is up? Max in our Borderlands 4 video, and today we got some more Borderlands 4 gameplay that is of later. Yo guys, what is up? Max in our Borderlands 4 video, and today we got some new gameplay of Borderlands 4 that includes some of the later areas. Now, this is courtesy of Game Informer. I'll have a link down to their video below. Game Informer has had a lot of exclusivity when it comes to Borderlands 4, and they were able to interview the devs and also play further than anyone else has played like in the world right now. And so this is some of their footage and gameplay and interview of the developers, which is specifically about how the new weapons are going to be working in Borderlands 4. So I'm going to play my kind of like reaction to watching it live, and then we'll have a little chat at the end. I hope you guys enjoy the video. Let's get right into it. I'm gonna try that one more time. Yo guys, what is up? Max in our Borderlands 4 video, and today we got some new Borderlands 4 gameplay and information. Now, all of this is courtesy of Game Informer. Game Informer has had a bunch of exclusivity when it comes to Borderlands 4 coverage. Recently, one of their writers was able to play the game longer than anyone has and play Amon and Harlo, as well as interview the devs. And this specific interview is about how the new weapons are going to be working in Borderlands 4. So there is some new information there. There's also a lot of old information. But one of the coolest things is there's some gameplay from areas that are not the Fade Fields. The Fade Fields are the very starting area, where everything is like green and lush, and we're getting our first look at the like more desert destroyed, like dark areas of Borderlands 4 that look awesome. So I'm gonna let this video play. It's kind of my like live reaction to watching this through, and then we'll meet up at the end. I hope you guys enjoy the breakdown. Let's get right into it. So from this, we did get our first kind of look at Moxxi's bar. I kind of scanned this, and it looks like there's not too many like notable NPCs around besides obviously Moxxi and Zane. And this new bar is going to be called Moxxi's Bottoms Up. It does look like we have a tip jar returning. So imagining you're still going to be able to tip her for like, you know, new guns and stuff like that. I didn't see any like gambling machine through here. I hope they bring those back because like the little gambling machines are very fun. I still to this day have never won the like jackpot in Borderlands 2. It still eludes me. But we do get our first look at Moxxi's bar. Now, there's a lot of footage of this new area. I'm not going to scrub through all of it, but the coolest thing to me about like all of the footage that they showed off is just the sheer amount of verticality that looks like is in all of these areas. I'm going to move my camera real quick over here. But as you can see, like there's this big building here that's been kind of blown out. And then behind it is these like massive walls. And it seems like this area, I don't remember the exact name of it. It seems like it was once...
That's a lot of damage.
Magic, thanks so much to the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chat's still on screen. Yeah, it is a bit of a problem. Ba-ba-bum. All good, Magic. I appreciate you. Enjoy your new emotes. Add for viewing sub all these sections of the Discord, and thank you for being part of motherflipping.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Redo. So there's a lot of footage of this new area. I'm not gonna like scrub through all of it, but the biggest thing that I did want to call out is there just seems to be a lot of verticality with this. The area that we've gotten to play is the Fade Fields, which is a lot more like rolling hills and trees and stuff like that. There is verticality to it, but it looks like this is kind of taking it to the next level. This area that they're playing through in almost all the scenes seems to be some sort of like there was a city here, and then when Elpis crashed into it, it created all of this debris and destruction, and everything is like without a roof, everything is in ruins, everything is crumbled, but it was like a city once, and we see, you know, this building with the verticality here, and in the background there looks like this big massive fortress with these huge walls, and obviously with our new movement, I think we're gonna be able to like maneuver around everything here. Here's kind of just another example of, you know, all of these buildings, you know, they were tall, but now they're like crumbled and ruined. Very much dig the aesthetic they're going for. Just gonna redo that one. This is a better image. Here's another like little screen grab, but you know, same thing. These like big kind of open areas interspersed with these massive crumbled buildings that are completely in ruin. Looks very cool. Do. Guys, that is gonna do it for the video. I hope you enjoyed. There was another Game Informer video that came out that was a bit more of an interview style, and the coolest thing that we learned from that video, in my opinion, because I'm not going to make a guide or a video for it, is the fact that Game Informer might have a lot more exclusives and info for Borderlands 4. With the thing that they teased that I'm very excited for is it seems like they're going to be doing deep dives with all of the characters, including Amon and Harlo. So where we get our skill trees and where we get a bunch of like Amon and Harlo info from, besides just their action skills, might be Game Informer. I'm going to have a link down to their YouTube channel and down below if you guys want to go sub and check them out so you can know when they post more Borderlands 4 content. I will catch you guys in the next one. Take care. Peace. Gonna be an echo log, imagine. Nobody talks about it, but am I the only one excited to find all the red chests in the open world? Well, I hope that's the case. One thing that Borderlands I feel like has always done well is reward exploration. You know what I mean? If you go from playing like Borderlands to like Destiny, you're like going to like edges of the map and corners expecting to find something and you just never do. I feel like Borderlands has been typically pretty good about like, you know, putting fun stuff in cool areas. It's called Crumble Hall. Okay, cool. I can put that in there. I'm gonna try that one more time. Yo guys, what is up? Max in our Borderlands 4 video, and today we got some new Borderlands 4 gameplay and information. Now, all of this is courtesy of Game Informer. Game Informer has had a bunch of exclusivity when it comes to Borderlands 4 coverage. Recently, one of their writers was able to play the game longer than anyone has and play Amon and Harlo, as well as interview the devs. And this specific interview is about how the new weapons are going to be working in Borderlands 4. So there is some new information there. There's also a lot of old information. But one of the coolest things is there's some gameplay from areas that are not the Fade Fields. The Fade Fields are the very starting area, where everything is like green and lush, and we're getting our first look at the like more desert destroyed, like dark areas of Borderlands 4 that look awesome. So I'm gonna let this video play. It's kind of my like live reaction to watching this through, and then we'll meet up at the end. I hope you guys enjoy the breakdown. Let's get right into it. Let's watch this.
Shooter, right? Like, this is a game genre that this company founded, and they've been working on these games since 2009.
Ba-ba-bum. You think Lilith is gonna die in Borderlands 4? Who would you guys rather have die, Amara or Lilith? If we're gonna lose a Siren, or I guess technically Tannis. I feel at this rate we're dropping Sirens every game. Don't take Amara. You got a question? Hit me, Noah. Anyone has and play Amon and Harlo, as well as interview the devs. And this specific interview is about how the new weapons are going to be working in Borderlands 4. So there is some new information there. There's also a lot of old information. But one of the coolest things is there's some gameplay from areas that are not the Fade Fields. The Fade Fields are the very starting area, where everything video. And today we got some new Borderlands 4 gameplay and information. Now, all of this is courtesy of Game Informer. Game Informer has had a bunch of exclusivity when it comes to Borderlands 4 coverage. Recently, we're working in Borderlands 4, so there is some new information there. There's also a lot of old information, but one of the coolest things is at the end. I hope you guys enjoy the breakdown. Let's get right into it. Boom, boom, boom. Let's watch this.
Shooter, right? Like, this is a game genre that this company founded, and they've been working on these games since 2000.
W. It's gonna be impossible to do an Allegiance run in BL4. Oh yeah. Ellie needs to go. No, not Ellie. Moxie would lose both of her. Wait. Yeah, Ellie is Moxie's daughter. Not rid of our vehicle mechanic yet. Ava's got to have some story payoff, surely. She got a DLC, and Borderlands 3 had a lot of stuff on her. I guess out of curiosity, which would you prefer? Ava gets redemption arc in BL4 and proves out to be a cool character, or the backlash for Ava was so strong that she's just never in Borderlands 4. We never hear about her again. Just basically wiped from existence. Second option, never heard of again. She's going to be a DLC Vault Hunter. If she becomes a DLC Vault Hunter, wouldn't that mean that we'd have 2 playable Sirens? From this, we did get our first kind of look at Moxie's bar. I kind of scanned this, and it looks like there's not too many, like, notable NPCs around, besides, obviously, tip her for, like, you know, new guns and stuff like that. I didn't see any, like, gambling machine through here. I hope they bring those back, because, like, the little gambling machines are very fun. But we do get our first look at Moxie's bar. Now, there's a lot of footage of this new area. Big building. I'm gonna move my camera. It seems like it was once All good, Magic. I appreciate you. Enjoy. So there's a lot of footage. There's a lot of footage of this new area. I'm not gonna like scroll it. It created all of this around everything here. Dun, dun, dun. Guys, that is gonna do it for the video. I hope you. Guys, that is gonna do it for the video. I hope so you can know when they post more Borderlands 4 content. I will catch you guys in the next one. Take care. Peace. All right, video is done. Sorry about that. Oh shit. Do you guys think I should put a spoiler warning at the start of this video for footage from the second area of the game? There's no like story or anything like that, but it does show off this new desert area. Yeah. Okay. I will put that in. Yo, guys, what? Yo, guys, what is up? Max and our Borderlands. Cool. I put it in. Is that video coming out now? I haven't decided yet. I already posted a video a few hours ago, and I posted a short. So I might fire it off tomorrow, so that I don't have to grind a video tomorrow morning. By the way, guys, fun fact. Well, not really a fun fact, but a little bit of an announcement. We are going to be doing a lore podcast with Eruption Fang. If you don't know who Eruption Fang is, they are like the Borderlands lore daddy. Should be happening on Monday, but I don't know a lot about lore stuff, and he knows a lot about lore stuff. So we're going to be talking like Siren lore, what could have happened in the years leading up to Borderlands 4, because there's like 6 years apart. What might have happened to like Marcus, that kind of stuff. Should be fun. Talk about 7th Siren. Do we call him Lord Daddy in the stream? Yes, please. Yeah, it'll probably be like a little bit of like an interview style where I'm like asking him questions type deal, but it should be fun. Should be fun. Gunnar King and Lord, I hate you. Boom. Ignore your comment about height. I didn't see any comment about height. Must be at least 5'7" to read. I am definitely above 5'7". Hey Moxie, watch your licensed parts system. I'm still confused. Aside from the licensed parts system, do we have Borderlands 2 parts system in place? I don't know specifically if... Well, the way that they described it to me, I think it's going to be like Borderlands 3's part system. So, like, if you get a roll on a weapon that is a non-licensed part, it's not going to show up on the weapon card. It's going to be functioning the same way that a part would roll in, like, a Borderlands 2 or 3, and that it can give you a passive. Maybe that passive is a little bit more fire rate or reload speed or, like, accuracy. But you're still, this gun still needs to be a complete gun, right? Whether it rolls with licensed parts or not. Just because it can roll with licensed parts doesn't mean it will. So it'll still roll like a normal weapon. And then on top of that, it's gonna have specific callouts like licensed parts on it. But you want to think of licensed parts as almost like perks. Like the gun will roll with perks on it. How come that car just did like 99% of my health? Sitting on bugs. Did I tell you my dad told me that he used to stuff his shoes with socks? Like he'd make a high heel out of socks in his show. That was tough to hear. There's still another red thing over here. Moxie, just wanting to know about when you are going to do the Borderlands playthrough. Wait, what do you mean? I googled Moxie's height and his real name is Mary and he's 5'9". Well, you got the 5'9" part close. Do you think DLC Vault Hunters will be new characters or existing ones? I really hope new ones. I don't like existing Vault Hunters as much as new Vault Hunters. Like, if they make a new Vault Hunter, they can make it as crazy and as creative as they ever want to be. They can give them the most awesome stuff and the most cool things. If they make an existing Vault Hunter, it could be cool, but they're going to be restricted in, like, how creative or what they can do for them. You know what I mean? Because of their existence previously in the game. That's why I'm so much of a bigger fan of, like, new Vault Hunters. When we do all of the Borderlands? We might do that in August. I want to do a playthrough of all of them. But I think it's going to make more sense to do it closer to the launch of BL3. Or 4, sorry. You know what I mean? Because if we do it now, we'd be done with it, like, early July, and then be like, whoa, what do we do now? There's going to be a total that we currently know of 6 Vault Hunters. 4 base characters, 2 DLC post-launch ones. Man, this getting the car with the barrel was not the move. I guess it is technically faster though. Ow. By the way, we haven't died this playthrough. Boom, boom, boom. Jinx Smudge. We've been playing it like a one life, but we haven't died yet. We're still gonna continue if I do die. I have been downed. Like, the realistic only way that we die right now is if we go down and there's no enemies to shoot. You know what I mean? SSFHC. It'd be cool, man. I'd love to see like more game modes for BL3 or 4. Incoming death. I'm just gonna fall off the map. By the way, like I get the conversation around price for BL4 because of Randy's like real fans tweet and like potentially making the game $80, but it is kind of crazy how much discourse there's been around the price of BL4. Like, I can't remember the last time that I saw so much discourse around price for the game. For like Monster Hunter, Doom, anything. Like, there's been so much chat about the price. But, you know, I think it's a little interesting just because, like, if we were going to go after, like, a thing for price, I don't know, like, maybe this is my bias speaking, but I feel like Borderlands has always been pretty good for the money. As in, like, there's no FOMO mechanics in Borderlands. There's never been pay to win. There's never been a huge shop with a bunch of, like, expensive microtransactions. All the, like, cool customization you can get without spending money. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of shitty monetized games out there that don't get, like, half of the shit. Oh, hello. Well, Nintendo isn't getting flamed because it's Nintendo. They sold cardboard and told you to make your own controller for $70. I'm curious if Randy hadn't made the real fans $80 tweet and the game had just dropped its $70 price tag, if there would still be the same level of conversation. Only 4 playable characters in the standard. Standard edition, you get 4. Yeah. I'm not even going to risk it. You notice they didn't really drop the price. They just shifted it to the DLC. Yeah, the like post-launch content is more expensive than it has been. Boom, boom, boom. I was wondering when I was gonna open up. How many are in Borderlands 3? Only 4. A warlord. Oh my god, a siren! Exclamation mark specs. Swan. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. The thing with more OPS. All 4 available off the rib. You don't know what a Vault Hunter is? They're just like there's the word for the playable characters. Like in Destiny, you've got like the Guardians, which are the, Titan, Warlock, Hunter. Vault Hunters are just the playable characters. They're like the classes. Vault Hunters are the classes. You excited for throwing knife builds? Hell yeah. I did a throwing knife only playthrough in Cyberpunk, and it was so fun. Be curious if we get the same thing going in BL4. The big question is like where are you going to get the huge sources of ordnance cooldown from? We saw, I think it was a rep kit that after you used a rep kit, you got like 50% increased ordnance cooldown, which is kind of wild. Are you a Vault Hunter IRL? No, I don't think so. Can't say I've ever hunted a vault IRL. Wrong answer. Yeah, there's really like, I know it's kind of cliche to say, but there really is no like bad choice for Vault Hunter. Not in BL3. You can make the mistake of choosing Claptrap in the pre-sequel, but in BL3, you play anyone. It's ordnance, yeah. But we learned that it does ordnance and action skill damage. It's not just one or the other. I originally thought it was like just ordnance damage, but it is gonna get multiple damage types. Ooh. Piece of candy. Piece of candy. Claptrap was good. What do you mean? Yeah, but then you had to play as Claptrap. No, Claptrap as like a build was pretty good. I don't know. I just like memeing on it. How many playable characters in Borderlands 3 all DLC? 4. Instead of adding new characters, they added new skill trees. So every character launched with 3 skill trees. Red, blue, and green. And then instead of adding new characters, they added new skill trees. That's what's different about BL3. And people were like, see, new skill trees are cool and all, but I'd prefer a new Vault Hunter. Their like data apparently showed that more people played the base Vault Hunters than the DLC Vault Hunters in BL2. So they were like, well, if people prefer the base hunters than DLC ones, let's just expand upon the base hunters. And so we got 4, and then they expanded on their skill trees. And people pretty universally were like, we would prefer new Vault Hunters entirely. And so that's what we're getting for BL4, is new Vault Hunters entirely. We can chat back on screen. Yeah. Have you thought of returning legendaries with licensed parts? For me, Plasma Coil with a Jacob's licensed part would go so hard. I mean, there's going to be so many of those kind of things. Yeah, I kind of asked them about returning legendaries, if they would feel the same or if they'd play kind of different. And he was like, they're going to be very different with, like, the new licensed parts, which is pretty exciting. By the way, I'd be curious to what y'all think about, like, when I was making my video about Harlo and Amon, I got a lot of comments like, oh my god, we're getting, like, phase lock again. That's so lazy. And, like, I kind of get that. That's how I was when I saw Amara for the first time. I was like, oh man, she's just got Maya skill again. But, like, I don't know. To me, Amara's, like, phase lock and all the different augments and way to play it felt different and, like, transformative. But it's also, like, such a signature Borderlands ability. So I'm hoping and imagining that's how it's going to feel in Borderlands 4, is it's, like, you know, a kind of signature Borderlands ability, but it's going to feel different in BL4. That's the hope. But, you know, they've kind of always iterated on, like, the classes we've had. You know, we've always kind of had, like, that turret soldier-esque character, elemental siren, your bruiser brawler. Yeah. I mean, it's way easier to do a purple skill tree than it is to do a whole new Vault Hunter. The biggest thing with new Vault Hunters is they need to do... The reason it's tough to do a new Vault Hunter and, like, expensive is they need to do the voice lines for a new Vault Hunter for the entirety of the whole game. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just putting in a character with a skill tree. It's recording the VO for the entire playthrough. And all of the VO, like, interactions between the different characters for all the side quests and main quest type deal. You know what I mean? So I'm very glad to see it come back. But it is definitely way harder to do. A totally new Vault Hunter. Not like it's cyberpunk level of dialogue. That's true. But it is still definitely more work than, like, you know, putting together a new skill tree. What archetype of Vault Hunters would you expect or hope to see? I saw some ideas on Twitter. These are not my original ideas, but there are some archetypes of characters, classes that we've never really had in Borderlands. I saw Guthalion talking about how cool it'd be to get like a druid class in Borderlands, like a shapeshifter. And the 3 different skill trees are like 3 different things you could shapeshift into. Could be kind of cool. We currently don't have like a dedicated stealth class, and we don't really have like a dedicated like turret class or like soldier as class. I mean, Rafa and Harlo are both kind of that because they're both like ex-soldiers, but could be neat. Could also see like an Elpis Vault Hunter or something along those lines. You know, Elpis crashed into Kairos. Someone survived it and become a Vault Hunter. I don't know what kind of powers that would entail, but it'd be kind of neat. Poison. Yeah, like an alchemist would be kind of cool. A lab rat. That'd be neat. Yeah, I mean, they could like leverage old character designs like a Goliath or a lab rat. Another psycho. That'd be cool. Cromrax as a Vault Hunter. Moonstone powers. Where you were playing a lot. Have you seen Epic's theory that Borderlands 4 Endgame will take place on Elpis? I did see that. I think that's pretty cool. I think we're gonna end up on Elpis at some point, but I don't think it would be endgame stuff. I'd imagine that would be like more like a plot point. Only thing with like having endgame on Elpis is like we've got such a cool world with a bunch of variety of environments. It'd be kind of weird just to throw that all away to just put us on a moon that we've been to before. Could be DLC, yeah. We saw a gameplay in their trailer that looked exactly like Elpis. Like, it is not a far-fetched idea to think that we are going to be on Elpis. An Iridian class? That'd be kind of wild. I don't know how that'd work lore-wise, but that'd be kind of wild. Could have like crazy writing on all of their skills. It's an Iridian class, but all of the skills are in Iridian, and you can't actually tell what any of them do until you spec into it and test it. What part looked like Elpis? It was either this trailer or this one. I had to mute it because I'll get copyright striked. Right here. Watch this. Like, you are, like, seemingly kind of in space here. And that's a geyser. Like, that's an Elpis geyser. An oxygen geyser. On the area on the way to deadlift? Yup. And, like, it was very small, but, like, look at this jump. I don't know. It looks like low gravity. Yeah, I mean, that's very much giving Elpis. Are they paying you for that 2K link? No. They paid me to have it yesterday, but that was just like a one-time thing. And I don't make any money off of you ordering through that link either. I made a kickback on, like, purchases of Wonderlands through my link, but I never, they're not doing that again, unfortunately. %, sure the time we are on Elpis is the start of the game. I don't know if that would make sense. No, I disagree. I don't really know how that would work. I haven't even played Borderlands 4, and I keep trying to double jump in BL3. I tried to dash the other day. This game is 100+ gigabytes. Yup, it is massive. There's a lot of new enemy types. The robot guys that move in weird ways, like their head rotating and crit hits graphically look cool as hell. Yup. They juked me out a few times. Do you think Borderlands 4 is in competition to be the best in the series? I mean, I definitely think it has the potential to be the best, for sure. You know, time will tell how it actually plays and delivers. But, you know, everything that they're saying and everything that they're doing is looking good. It's all looking good. What's up, Exa? How you doing? Does the open world make it more process heavy? I'd imagine so. I don't really know about that kind of stuff, but surely it's more process heavy if there's less loading screens. Just now doing your first ever Wonderlands playthrough. What did I think of it? I really liked Wonderlands' base game. The post-launch support for that game was a huge letdown in comparison to like any other Borderlands game, though. Is there anything I don't like? Well, I didn't like the compass, and now they're giving us a combat radar. So I'm pretty happy with that. I don't love the idea of having the like boss spawner tied to cash, because I don't want there to ever be like a moment where you can't afford to like farm a boss. But they kind of assured me that that's not gonna be like ever really the case. What do you mean by combat radar? So see how the minimap has a outline of the area, but it's also showing dots on it? Imagine if there was no outline of the area, it was just dots. So it'll show you where enemies are in respect to around you, but it won't tell you, you know, if you're next to a wall or like that kind of stuff. It's not a map in any way. It's just revealing the location of enemies. Like a Halo combat radar. Exactly. Which, you know, it's not quite a mini-map, but in terms of a short turnaround time to make that into the game for launch is pretty dope. It's also like fully optional. You don't need to use it. It's not even turned on by default. Then why give them a cost? It's a good point. I don't know. That's gonna be kind of one of those things that like, hopefully the like balance on it is good. All right, you're being a douchebag. What playthrough this is? This is a Hyperion Legions playthrough. Oh, you know, we could just take this thing and then deconstruct it later. Technically. Cute. I hate forced vehicle levels. So much. Oh, we're cryoed. Incredible. Borderlands did you enjoy the most? 3. Three had like arguably the worst story. But like, I don't know. I don't play Borderlands for the story. I'm here for the loot and builds. And Borderlands 3 had the best build crafting out of any of them. Pro driver, you're starting to learn. You didn't see that. Boom, 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 boom. As Krieg. Krieg was great. I'll hold my tongue on Gage. I will choose to not speak on Gage. Better not smack talk Gage. There it is. Do you think a level cap of 50 is too low? I mean, it's going to get expanded. It's going to go up. Death Trap was interesting. Death Trap was pretty cool. I like Death Trap. My issue with Gage is like, when you're speccing a Vault Hunter, so many times that you're putting in points, you're like, oh, I can't wait to get to this skill, or I can't wait to get to this skill, and this skill looks so cool, and, you know, I just need 2 more levels to get to this skill. I feel like so many of Gage's skills were just kind of dead weight. Like, she had some good skills, she had some cool synergies, but there was also just, like, the most amount of junk skills. I'm gonna hold my opinion 20 seconds later. I couldn't refrain. Boom, boom. Like, Gage's theme was cool. Death Trap was cool. I really liked how Death Trap would, like, evolve as you put more points into the tree, but I had the least incentive to, like, hit max level on Gage because it was like, what am I gonna get? Like, I've got her core skills, and I don't really need any more. Theme was cool, execution was bad. It was my favorite pre-sequel Vault Hunter. I'd go Athena or Nisha. Athena and Nisha were both pretty sick. I don't remember playing a ton of Aurelia. I think I tried like Aurelia for a little bit, but like didn't do too much with her. She seemed really cool though. The pre-sequel is definitely the game that I have the least amount of time in any of the Borderlands. Aurelia is strong. Only thing with Aurelia is, didn't she have like an entire like co-op skill tree on her right side? That was like pretty useless. Unless you were co-oping. If I remember correctly. Yeah, that I didn't love. She was still goated. Yeah. Her, like, I forget what it was called, but her, like, Blizzard skill was very cool. Those are shock. Shock is, in general, pretty good element in BL2. Shock didn't have as negative things for not matching. Like, I don't think there was a damage penalty for shock on flesh in BL2. You can do both, crazy. Boom, boom. Should you try the pre-sequel? If you've never played it, yeah. Who do you guys think is arguably the worst pre-sequel Vault Hunter? And why is it Wilhelm? Oh, you'll actually all agree? Okay, cool, cool, cool. Clappy Strong, but the randomness sucked. Yeah, that's what kind of killed my interest in Claptrap. The idea of like an RNG action skill just didn't appeal to me. Timothy, yeah, Timothy was really strong. Jack's company's man skill for all Hyperion gear. They give you the huge buff. Does a pretty crazy capstone if I remember correctly. Different bonuses for different like manufacturers. What's my FPS like? It's too pixelated to see. I'm at 120 FPS. The stream is too pixelated to see the FPS? As in, like, the whole stream is pixely? Or, like, just the FPS looks a little pixely? It's fine. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. It wasn't a question of Wilhelm sucked or not. It was just who was the worst. You know what I mean? You could still say that there's the worst Vault Hunter in BL3 without saying that any of them are bad. Who's the worst Vault Hunter? Well, I can tell you it's not Moze or Zane. It's like technically Amara. But I know a lot of people would make the case for Flag. Wilhelm better or worse than Release Zane? Ooh, I might take Wilhelm over Release Zane. Release Zane, like, didn't work. There was, like, a bunch of things that just didn't work. his only like real build was like Cryo Zane, and like anointed enemies just like didn't take damage from Cryo, or they were like flat out immune to it. It was pretty rough. It's going well, Walzer. How you doing? Can Flak have a build for Ultra Endgame with his crit ability? Yeah. That's where most of his builds are. Your friend quit BL3 because Maya died and never came back. Honestly, based. It's not even the fact that Maya died. It's just Maya died and then they did her so dirty. Our characters, I will say, like, say what you will about the, like, Calypso twins. At this point in the game, I hated them and I wanted to kill them. Like, I was so mad about, like, Maya and Lilith and, you know what I mean? Like, I hated them. I wanted to kill them. Did they kill her? And then they put her on, like, the big screen with, like, replaying it like a TikTok short of her dying over and over and over again. Like, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna murder these people. What the fuck is this shotgun? This is a butcher. Ooh, piece of candy. A texpert. I don't think we used that, to be honest. Guy's soloing me off of Reflect. Yoshi Bear. What's up, Bark? Yeah, you don't like that door, do you? Ouchie. Top Borderlands creator now. Huge. Who's the most OP Vault Hunter in the franchise, and why is it Salvador? Salvador is definitely busted, but I think Zane takes the cake. He's a Maltese Shih Tzu. Moze. even with Sal's gun merging, I don't think he could keep up in damage with Moze or Zane. To be honest. And that's really all Sal had going for him, was the weapon merging. That and like money shot chains. Borderlands 2 is a lot harder than BL3. Yeah, but like, I feel like you could take Borsplosion into just about any raid boss in BL2 and it would be over very quickly. Moze can one-shot M11 bosses with a white pistol with a 150-90 annoyant. Was there a sniper specialist in BL4? They're kind of not doing specialists. Like, you're not going to see any more skills that are like, this skill only works for snipers anymore. That's just not a thing. I believe the guy that played Harlo said that she was going to be a good sniper character. But there's not going to be like, this skill only works for pistols, this skill only works for assault rifles type deal. Timothy was stronger than Sal. Sal was just OP in his time. Yo, Andrew, thanks for the raid.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Boom, 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 boom. Guardian takedown's harder than anything in BL2. That I don't know if I agree with. Those OP10 raid bosses in BL2 have another level of HP. Wait, what did I just level up from? What? Oh, maybe an ad died?
Sigh.
Digipeak? Dude, Digipeak was such good content. Boom. Give me our snowdrift. The shit is lonely with you and...
Oh,
the grind to OP10 sucks. Yeah. What's my favorite DLC? Oh, I'd put Bounty DLC 3 Bounty for Blood up there. I'd put Claptastic Voyage up there. And I'd probably put Assault on Dragon Keep up there. Krieg's Mine could have been one of my favorites, but that DLC was lacking like any sort of side quests. Like, if there had been more side quests, that DLC could have been really up there. I just didn't like the side quest where it was like you'd like get a side quest and then you'd go like 10 feet to the side and like have a conversation with your like with Krieg and his like alternate mind thing, and then that was the side quest. Like it would turn in. That was the DLC that they made during COVID though, so it was like kind of expected to be like less complete or less full, but that DLC was really cool. Zappy Shockstone. Just regrind your entire kit 10 times. Yeah. Dude, the other tough thing with freaking Borderlands 2 is a lot of the best weapons in the game were mission rewards. You know what I mean? Like, how many freaking Sandhawks do I need? Sandhawk, Pimpernel. I wouldn't want Amara returning as a playable Vault Hunter. I love Amara, but like, people would be pretty pissed if they just put Amara in the game again. That would not go over well. Yeah, I prefer new Vault Hunters. I'm in Eastern Standard Time. It's 10:03 for me right now. You don't think they'll do old Vault Hunters as DLC? If they were ever to do old Vault Hunters, I'd imagine that they would just be kind of like, hey, look, bonus Vault Hunter. We're giving you the option to play as like Amara if you want to. I don't think that would be paywalled content, to be honest. Or like a Vault Hunter pack where it'd be like you get Amara, Zane, Flak, Moze for like $10, all as playable Vault Hunters in 4. But I don't know. I don't think we really need that. It'd be cool. They just make another game. Yeah, dude, Borderlands MMO, all Vault Hunters playable. Non-seeing dead Zane. They made it a little bit better with like the changes with like seeing red and death follows close. I touched the Versus Ending recently. Yeah, we streamed it the other day. We'll be playing a lot of First Descendant once their big update comes out, which is in a few days. Right now, the only thing really to do is farm the new external components, which I do need to do, but man, I need something to do in that game besides Sigma Sector. Monster Hunter Wilds update is this Monday. Dude, it's the TFD update, Diablo 4's new season, and the Monster Hunter Wilds update. It's also my 1-year wedding anniversary. So it's going to be tough because I leave. Steph wants to leave for our wedding anniversary on the 2nd. Do. Enlightened Krieg. Right? Literally a year flew by, kind of insane. Where'd the time go? Wedding anniversary over updates. True, but like, what if we played some games? Just kidding. I'm gonna swap out a Cold Boar right now because we're just using the Butcher. Boom, boom. Cool. But yeah, I'm trying to convince her to leave the afternoon of the 3rd so that we could get to play the new TFD update and get like a video out on it and stuff. But she really wants to leave the 2nd, which would mean that I wouldn't get to play the TFD update until like probably the 7th. So we'll see. She kind of gets the say on that kind of stuff. You ever play Warframe? Yeah, we streamed Warframe the other day. I got like 930 hours in Warframe. Well, they're about to buff Sharon, Glay, Enzo, Blair, Valby, Viesa. Like, it's going to be a pretty big update. 2 hours, hit our quota. Hey, I had fun. Is anyone here like waiting for Borderlands 1 to come out? I mean, like in this stream? Oh, I get what you're saying. I was waiting for BL1 to come out because of that Game Informer article. I didn't know about Borderlands until that Game Informer article came out that I got delivered into my inbox or mailbox. I was pretty sold on the idea of Borderlands though. I was a big Ratchet and Clank gamer. And I think that game is part of what drew me to Borderlands. Because Ratchet and Clank is kind of that, like, crude humor. But also, like, big guns and crazy explosions and, like, wacky combo type deals. So I was like, Borderlands looked to me like a more mature version of like Ratchet and Clank. Searching for a massacre build. Your last video is 8 months old on Glide. Aw, Nikes. Whoopsies. Ratchet and Clank, Jack and Daxter, Sly Cooper. Do you think Outriders aged well? Played again recently and had a lot of fun. I actually played Outriders recently and also had a lot of fun. Yeah, I would say that game aged decently well. I just wish it got more content. Question, any word on how Borderlands 4 will handle cosmetic drops? They're challenge based. You'll do specific challenges to unlock cosmetics. Go to the vault. On X-Play. Nice. Dude, watching those X-Play with Adam Sessler and Olivia Munn, I think was her name. That was good fun. I definitely just went the wrong way. Morgan Webb. Wasn't Olivia Munn before Morgan Webb? Oh, Olivia Munn was Attack of the Show. Oh shit, you're right. I think I'm getting them confused. Wait, was Adam Sessler? Wait, weren't they kind of like the same thing? I'm blanking now. Were they on the same network? The same program? It was what? It was X-Play, Attack of the Show. I remember they tried to like bring it back, and I think it failed. G4. Wait, so was Attack of the Show, G4, and X-Play all separate things, or were they like segments of part of the same show? I like don't remember. They were like a double feature. They aired right after. Oh. X-Play was Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb. Tag of the show was Olivia Munn and Kevin Pereira. Yup, 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 yup. Ding. Don't blow up the bridge! Ah! Youngster in chat, what is G4? G4 was like a video game TV show before like live streaming was a thing. They would do a segment where they would talk about the upcoming video games and like play them, and it was just like a gaming related TV show. There wasn't really anything like it. How many points does it take to get to the capstone in BL4? 25. 25 points to get to the capstone. We are gonna get 49 points at level 50. So you would be one short of technically getting another one. What's up, Bri? How you doing? G4 was around when y'all were younger. It was just y'all were too busy watching Teletubbies. Hey, heck you. I was watching Dragon Tales. Are Borderlands games for an older audience? Well, they're mature games, so in that sense, yes. But the first Borderlands game came out in like 2009, so a lot of people that started with the franchise are pretty old now. Like I haven't checked in a while, but my average audience is... Well, I mean, I guess I could check it. Last time I checked, it was like the majority of my viewers are between 18 and 30. You know, if I was playing Fortnite or Minecraft, that would be a lot lower. I'll show you the breakdown. Oh, you know what? Actually, look at this. So, 2.9% of the people who watch my videos are female. Pretty sick. 0.9% of my audience is between 13 to 17. 21% of my audience is 18 to 24. Almost 50% of the people that watch me are 25 to 34. 22% are 35 to 44. 6% 45 to 54. 1.6 55 to 64. So like, you know what I mean? Definitely an older leaning audience if we've got a higher percentage of 64-year-olds than we do 17-year-olds. 48% of the people that watch me are from the US. Looks like I didn't clip this, but it looks like, yeah, 50% of the people that watch me from their phone. 48% from the US. Almost 50 on their phones. Oh, that you're gone forever. Big question. I got a big answer. You're in Australia? Is it early morning for you right now? Was it like 7 a.m.? It's 12:22 p.m. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, sad. Chatting from the future. Yeah, those guys are gonna be the first to play BL4. Shut up, Stone. Do you want Blade Witch, Amara, save it as corrupted? Try changing the name of the file. 3060, which is fine, but my CPU only has 6 cores, and it says I need 8. Does it say you need 8 for the minimum spec? I see a lot of people freaking out about the amount of cores that it says that they need for BL4. Someone more knowledgeable than me understand that? Is it really like you need 8 to run the game? I don't think so. Oh, this was a Hyperion Allegiance. Wait, what part of that wasn't Hyperion? Hyperion, 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 Hyperion. You scared me. What in the hell? Where's your Hyperion company man? Sir, we are level 33. I don't think we're ready for farming a company man yet. It says 8 core minimum. Okay, and also I'm not educated on this. 8 cores just means that it would have more processing power, yeah? As in, like, handle more tasks simultaneously. Oh, it sounds like something's farting behind me. Get out of here. And specs are very high. Requires a 2070. I said that's probably for like 1080p 30 though. Gotcha. 2070 is old as hell. What year did the 2070 come out? This is why he gets the high-end stuff from sponsors, because he's clueless. He gets it. It came out in 2018. Okay. So it's pretty old. But I'd imagine that's like... Well, I guess here's a better question. What do you think the average GPU is right now for computer users? Do you think it's still 20 series or is it in the 30 series now? $3060. $3060 is the best budget GPU right now. It's goated. You build a 2070 the same year the Anthem and Borderlands 3 came out. Dude, I had like a crazy realization when, I mean, not right now, but like, I never realized that Anthem came out the same year as Borderlands 3. For some year, Anthem in my head was like years and years before BL3 ever came out. Okay, but like, also, once again, as someone more knowledgeable explain, let's say Borderlands 4 says that it wants an 8 core and you boot it up on a 6 core. Like, do you think you would just take a really long time to load into areas and then you'd be fine? Or like, I truly have no idea. Like, what would that gameplay wise look like? It would max out your CPU and your frames would struggle a lot. It might not even run properly. Constant FPS drops. You think so? Damn. And they came out in 2019. Yeah, it's the same year as Borderlands 3, but I don't know. For some reason, Anthem seemed really old. Your frames would be cooked. Interesting. So let's say you're on a 20-something and you don't have cores. What's cheaper, upgrading or buying like a PS5 Pro? PS5 Pro, PS5. Okay. Still has a 1060. That's definitely old. CPU upgrade could require more than just the CPU. Oh, as in like a new motherboard and stuff. Jet engine. Basically that your CPU can't run enough processes simultaneously. Gotcha. Some VRAM onto your laptop. Nice. Just download more VRAM. Common mistake. Don't get a Pro. Waste of money. Is it? I didn't really look to it too deep into it. Are we getting a like Xbox equivalent of the Pro? I remember when I played on console, I upgraded from the like normal Xbox One to the Xbox One X, and it was like a genuine noticeable improvement. Xbox One X was pretty sick. So would it be a better option to get BL4 on your PS5 or your 2070 Super PC? It sounds like your PS5 from what chat's saying. Series X is already faster than the Pro? Really? It's rumored in late 2026. Gotcha. Pro's a waste of money. They're already breaking down. Somebody within your profession, it would just be better to build a better computer. Forgot that we really haven't even whipped out this other butcher. Better PC will last much longer. Very true. Yeah, in the long run, doing a PC, short run PlayStation. It also really depends on where your gaming ecosystem is, though, you know? Like, if your whole library is on Steam, it'd definitely probably make more sense to just upgrade rather than, like, getting a PlayStation for Borderlands. And if your whole library is on PlayStation, probably doesn't make as much sense to get a PC. Thankfully, like, a lot of my gaming library was Xbox stuff, and a lot of that did transfer. You walk so slowly. Upgrading your PC for Borderlands 2. Dude, I ran Borderlands 2 on my old MacBook, and the internal, like, battery exploded. Like, the keyboard went, like, whoop, like a pimple underneath it, exploded. Just absolutely ruptured. I don't know. MacBook gaming was not great. Just to overclock your 6-core and start a house fire. What's up, C Young? I'm doing well. You had a 4080 and Ryzen. You have the recommended specs. W. Your old HP laptop did the same thing. Oof. Excuse me, sir. Aren't you, like, supposed to dig up, like, right here? This bugged out last time. Wait, this what? Wait. No, we're good. Are the graphics good of BL4? Yeah. They're like, Borderlands 4 seems to be going for a bit more of a, like... It's still cel-shaded, but I don't think it looks as comic booky cel-shaded as BL3. Pokemon Go Fest? No, I haven't played Pokemon Go since it came out. Like, the environments look more like realistic-esque looking. Like, they're cel-shaded, but I think it looks a little bit more realistic in a weird way. It's muted compared to BL3? Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. BL4 is going to nuke your computer. Just wait until you put on a recursion in BL4 with extra projectiles and Ricochet Rafa. That's when things will get toasty. Worst comes to worst is like... You could potentially save money on heating in the winter if you just keep BL4 running. You know, could save the money for on heating on a PC upgrade. Wait until the new Witcher game, dude. That thing looked insane. You think it's actually gonna look like that when it launches? That was one of the first game like demo thingies that I've looked at and was like, yep, that's like the future. Like, that's a very clear step up. There's not that many moments that we have that are truly like, this is pushing the boundaries. I'm trying to think, what was the most recent game that like really felt like it was pushing like graphics boundaries? Well, Cyberpunk ran like dog. It looks really good now, but originally it just, you'd drive around at 10 FPS, so I don't think you can count that. Path traced. Cyberpunk. Dude, if there was a game that was like truly looking like revolutionary wise graphics, I would remember I'd always go and show my mom. I'd be like, you have to see how cool this looks. You know, it was a really good one. Dude, this game, I remember being just floored by this. This is not the most recent Battlefield. This is the one that's like 10 years old. I just set that to 8K. I don't even have an 8K monitor. I don't know why I did that. All the GPU YouTubers use Cyberpunk. It's replaced Crysis as the benchmark standard. Is this gonna load? Wait, I also don't have a 4K monitor. Oh god. Is Borderlands 4 gonna be part of Pandora's box? No. Dude, isn't this insane looking? This game came out in like 2015. This is like a, I think I'd have to double check the year, but I think this was like a 2015 game. Just like absurd looking. Like, dude, what? Yeah, I guess it probably doesn't look as great through a live stream, but you get the point. They did some like crazy tech with this where they like went and mapped the forest. They did some freaking like scanning of all the things and then they rendered it into the game and it just looked incredible. Dude, modding Skyrim was like a drug. It's like you put in one mod and then you need another and then you need another and then you need another. I said I was going to do like one mod. I think I ended up, our final playthrough, we had like 27 mods running at the same time. Yeah, Expedition 33 is a very pretty game. Apparently not as good as Avowed, though. Remnant 2? What about Remnant 2? Oh, like graphic-wise? I did not play the new Alan Wake. Battlefield 1. Battlefield 1 was great. That was like the most cinematic Battlefield that they've done. Like the just like atmosphere of that game was really, really good. I hope the next Battlefield game delivers. Alan Wake 2 is insanely good. Yeah, I haven't even played the first Alan Wake. No, we played a fair bit of Night Rain. I didn't make videos on it because I didn't think it would be a game you could make videos on. I was sorely mistaken. I should have made Night Rain guides. They kind of popped off. The graphical change isn't as vivid noticeable. From like 2 to 3 to 3 to 4. Yeah, that's fair. Can I give you an estimate on how long you'll stream? Probably till midnight. As in like another hour and 15 minutes. When Darktide? Yeah, I was about to say, I said I would play some Darktide. We could do that and then do that for like an hour and a half. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Darktide? Yeah, it looks like Warhammer Space Marine 2 also got new content, but I think I'm more interested in Darktide. Alright, we're gonna pop over to Darktide. I played this game for 28 hours on launch and then quit because the skill trees and everything sucked. But apparently they've, like, changed literally everything. Should I buy this new class or not worth? Was Blade Witch nerfed? Nope. No, never got nerfed. Blade Witch was made after they were done balancing. Arbitus is strong AF. It's broken as F. So, like, as in, like, I should play it or I shouldn't play it? It trivializes Endgame. Soulstone. Dude, you know what's getting a new update soon? Is Gunfire Reborn. I love that game.
It is the 41st millennium. For 10,000 years, the Imperium has dominated the galaxy. There is only war. Every human soul, from the most highborn lord to the most basic servitor, is dedicated to the service of the God Emperor of mankind.
Is this a new cutscene? Is this new or old?
The Imperium's battle fleets and armies, from the conscripted soldiers of the Astra Militarum.
It's old? Okay, let's skip it.
To the elites.
You ever play Vermintide 2? Like, not really. Like, 10 hours maybe? I played for 46 minutes. 46 minutes. So, no, not really. Alright, I got one character that's level 8, who's a Zealot, and another one that are Psychers level 21. Do you think we just continue on our level 21 or like start fresh or you play Darktide? Not really. You want in-game music? 21, hit that end game. Both are good. Not trying the new character. Well, I never really played the current characters. You know what I mean? How much is the new character? Let's play our current character to see if we dig the game, because I haven't played this since it came out. It's $12. Okay, that's not bad. Do. So I'm level 21. What's max level? 30. Oh, okay. So we're not far off. Check the tree. Operative. So these are new. You can get masteries. Void Blast, Force Staff. You can hip fire with this weapon while sprinting. Close damage while sprinting. Reduces weapon spread. Target receives stacks of brittleness. 1 stack of Soul Blaze on critical hit. So all of these have different tiers. Quell 7% of your peril on weak spot. Wait, what is this? Wait, what? This is like a weapon battle pass? Unlocks a new tier of perks for any weapon? New blessings? You craft your weapons to hunt for perfect rolls. But like, okay, is there more skill tree pages for your weapons than just this? As in like, you hit this and then you hit this, or are these just points and like this is the base? Okay, that looks crazy. I'm imagining you just get mastery points from playing it. This looks 80 times better than what they had on launch. This is like an actual skill tree. Each weapon has its own tree. Dude, their old skill tree was like 5 down, 3 wide or something. This is nuts. Dude, I don't remember the mechanics of this class. There was like there was some resource that you would use to cast your spells, and then I think you like didn't want to go mad or something like that. This looks way cooler. Yeah, this looks way more interesting. Soul Blaze. What's Soul Blaze? Is that a dot? Yeah, 10% chance to quell 10% peril. Let's see. Wraith is in our Discord. I forget what. Ella. Yellow. Does he speak? Oh.
No, I do not.
Wait, so what is peril's like a negative that you build up by casting your spells, yeah?
Yeah, so
And toughness
so
is health?
Toughness is shield.
Oh, okay.
So toughness is your shield for range attack.
Yeah.
So but if the damage goes through to your health, if your like toughness protects it. So let's say toughness is for range attacks.
Yeah, okay.
So you see the green, like the green in the middle, those are your blitz. So those are you have 3 choices.
These are abilities.
Yeah,
I can't do 3 greens.
Yeah, so you choose like use spec dependent. So Brain Raptor is the one that was the base one.
Yeah.
So the one in the middle is basically you become, for lack of a better word, Emperor Palpatine.
W. Oh, like that.
And the third one, you literally get throwing darts like Yondu.
Yeah.
I use that one in my psyker.
Cool.
If you go down, you keep on going down.
Yeah, don't tell me what's like good or what to spec. We'll figure that out. But
you're gonna do that all yourself. So same deal. The yellow ones are your. I know I'm not gonna.
Passives, auras.
Yeah. So
cool.
Yeah. So the I will say for the middle is your aura. That's for your team base and all that. So then you have
Keystone
your skill.
abilities.
Yeah.
How easy is respecking?
Oh, whenever you want to.
Okay, cool.
Every other mission. And you see on the top right.
Yeah.
You
Loadouts?
see a little like, yeah, you can do as many loadouts as you want. It saves as you build it. You can go full gun psyker, melee psyker, and all that.
Cool.
There are some, I will say, there are some notes that are very like more like everybody uses them because they're very good.
Yep. Makes sense.
Like the like it's like the one there's like two on the top for Psyker that almost every build uses it because they basically top off your toughness.
Yep.
Same deal with the purple at the bottom. Those are your key passives.
Yep.
You choose how you want to play them.
Cool.
They're very different depending on the style you play. In Power Psionics, it up depends like the Warp Siphon. They're very depending on the style of gameplay you have and as well the team that you're playing with.
Yeah.
That's more. I would say that's more if you have a full stack of 4, and that's when you're playing Havocs, which is like I'm gonna say their mayhem system, because once you get to the backstack, so there's 5 difficulties.
Yep.
And then there's Havoc. So you have
that Havoc is the pinnacle difficulty.
Yeah. So what they do is they add modifiers to the missions. But but Havocs, you have to earn your difficulty. So 40 levels of Havoc.
40?
40.
Jesus. Oh god. All right.
But the thing is that one mission is like 20, 30 minutes. So it's not like, and it's a stack of 4. So and trust me, they're not easy.
Yeah.
Since I have to carry your ass, let me bring an actual carry character.
No. Don't carry.
No, trust me.
No. I don't want to carry. We'll figure it out. We'll send it. No. If you have a character like on my level though, that'd be dope.
No, I have all my characters at max level right now.
Gotcha. All right. I am gonna spec this skill tree, and I'll talk to you in a second.
Yeah.
That's crazy. You just re-downloaded Pog. Replenish toughness on warp attack kill. I don't know what a warp attack is. Replenish toughness for each 10% of peril quelled. Replenish toughness for every 10% peril generated. Critical hits replenish 5% toughness. Also grant 5% movement speed. Increase movement speed. Stacks to 3 times. That seems cool. I want to play like a ranged spellcaster with some dots. That sounds cool. Warp damage on critical hits. Enemies electrocuted by you take 10% increased base damage from all sources. Increase the number of times your smite jumps. Your heavy melee attacks electrocute enemies. Throw swift homing projectiles formed by psychic energy. Less effective versus armored. Assault replenishes 30% faster. Oh, that's cool. Now pierce additional targets. This is very cool. I was not expecting a full skill tree. So the right side seems very crit focused. I remember this ability, you'd like basically blow up an enemy's head with your hand. That was like, I think the only ability back then. So maybe we don't go this. I don't want to do melee stuff. Staggers enemies, quells 50% of peril. When entering Scryer's gaze, you quell 50% peril as well as 10% damage, 20% crit chance, suppression immunity. Scryer's gaze, you gain 1% damage, 30%. Killing a marked enemy replenishes toughness, grants movement speed. Weak spot. Kills have a 10% chance to empower your next blitz. Empowered brain rupture. 50% more damage. Empowered smite. Empowered assail. Interesting. Dude, this seems kind of nuts. There's like actually a lot going on here. I guess you can like go across too. We're gonna try the like crit side first because crits are good. Let's get a sail. The only thing about some of this stuff is like it doesn't actually tell me stats. Like this says it replenishes 30% faster, but I don't know how fast it recharges in the first place. You know what I mean? Warp attacks after a non-warp base kill stacks 5 times 5% damage to non-warp attacks facing a warp kill. Sure, go more damage. %5 crit chance. Stats are hidden unless you use mods. Gotcha. I kind of like both of those. Scryers for more crit. DR. We gotta make it down to this thing. Oh, wait. Yeah, we just keep going down the crit stuff. Movement speed. Landing 5 weak spot hits grants your next range attack a guaranteed critical. Oh, shit. We're one short of getting, like, a cool keystone. Let's get rid of the 20% DR. Wait, can I have both of these? You can have both of these? 30% faster and it attacks more things? Oh, that's kind of wild. You need levels anyways? Yeah, I know. Definitely need levels. Damn. All right. Well, we got a build. I don't really know how that's gonna work, but we do have a build, I guess, if we call it that. Oh my goodness, I don't remember any of this stuff. I've got a sword. This one's a higher number, so let's put on that one. Do they have like levels on them? We wanted to use a staff. I like the staff, so I don't want to use like a gun. This was an Inferno staff. 2 lightning things. Gain between 3.5 and 14% crit chance based on current level of peril. I think we go this one because it's got some crit stuff on it, and we like kind of spec crit. Yeah, it is old Warhammer. What the heck is this?
Soldiers of the Blessed Emperor, I am Hestia Prime, a daughter of Messalina
Is this a new cutscene?
and representative of the Holy
There's a learning
Inquisition.
curve in this game. It's hit or miss.
It is my solemn duty to stand in witness to your deeds and to record the penances you undertake.
There's a training ground to try stuff. We might want to do that. I remember this game being a little hard.
History shall remember the martyrs who
What the
fell
hell
in
is
Atona's
that?
defense. May Saint Messalina walk ever beside you in the Emperor's light. Though it take a lifetime of blood and strife, Atoma shall be free. Tell me, what penances have you undertaken lately?
I don't know, lady. Okay, looks like we're in progress for a lot of these things.
Earn his grace.
Hog. One second. This game is already running poorly. I don't know how. Okay. That looks better.
Found your way to the mission terminal, did ya? Guess that means I can't have you executed. Not yet.
Take like half a year to release them.
This is the heart
Gotcha.
of the operation. Your best friend if you want to stay in my good books. Atoma's in trouble. No two ways about it. The only hope we
Did
have
this
in
game
this
come
mess
out
lies
2.5
in
years
sending our
ago?
strike teams where they're needed.
Did it actually?
Making a difference wherever we can. For as long as we're still breathing.
It came out in
No guarantees on that
2020.
last bit, by the way.
2022. That's crazy.
So, ready to be a
I mean, there's
hero?
literally been a new Warhammer
Then
game.
think again. You're a
Was that
regent.
also made by
Fight
Fat
like
Shark?
it.
Whoa. I mean, the party dingus. Yeah, but I don't want to be carried. Is the only thing. Like, I'm okay if we get our ass whooped for a bit. Are you 7? No. Did he skip story? This is a character that I had played before. Don't skip story? Oh, I definitely did skip the story. I did. Can I unskip the story? They changed story introduction, the whole lineup. But like, we're level 20. We'd probably be done by the story with the story by now, yeah? I booted this game up the other day because I just wanted to see what it looked like because it's been a minute. Story is past max level. Gotcha. What was the old max level? 40 or something? Wait, what is Uprising? Wait, what did I do? Is this difficulty? Is Uprising difficulty? I can't change it. It's level 1.
The location of your next mission is HL7004. It is a recreation district.
Unless it's Expedition 33. Well, I saw it like, do you want to do the story? And it's like, I already did the story. I'm pretty sure.
Friends, is that clear? The illegal stim trade is thought to be connected to the blight. Confirmation is required. Raid the amphitheater and secure.
You complete difficulties to get to the next difficulty. Didn't go well, gotcha. Originally the game had no story. True, it was literally just like doing missions over and over. Oh shit, I think that's the new class.
The tech priest emerges from her shrine. Efficiency is all. Efficiency has never been Grendel's forte. Ah, subtextual communication. The last resort of... Never mind.
Aha, I too can do the sliding. Wait, what the heck is my down on my D-pad button that looks like fingernails?
Breach this obstacle. I admit I wasn't certain you'd manage that.
Oh, that dog is murdering that person. don't know how to quell my peril. Down. Quell peril.
Make another boom, varlets.
Okay, now I have shards. Insane, like 15 to 20k more than usual. Really?
Deploy scout. Retrieve ciphers. Survive. This is not beyond.
Oh shit, I'm like Yondu.
And now we will see if these rejects are as good as Grenville said.
Medical station. Data inbound. Continue. Defend.
Okay, seems like peril buildup is a big issue.
The flamer is down! Neutralize that corner! We've a shotgun! I steal!
Ah!
We may heal here! Executing! Get shotgunner! High potential!
No, this game's pretty sick. Big guy.
You have retrieved the ciphers. You may proceed.
Alright, we're gonna want more like peril quelling thingies. I forgot that they like don't put like health bars on the enemies and like name tags and everything. It's like it's much more like immersive feeling with that than like everything having like a health bar and stuff.
As you say, ship mistress.
Tread with care, associates.
Dude,
There are
literally
dangers hidden in these
Yondu.
Be adamant, unyielding. Only then can you serve without fear. We will not break while Atoma still fights. Sexist minority.
When you carry on, one would almost think you had a death wish.
But
It's about to blow!
okay.
A nauseating denouement. Dialogue! Hounds coming! Killed it! Beauty is found! Fear the future! Delivering mercy.
So it looks like this mode, I get a bunch of benefits, but I also generate peril, and if I let it hit 100, I lose it. Can you shoot the green item? What green item? Skadoosh. Green cube with a skull. It gives mats. Okay.
Get back! Exploding barrel!
Wow. Okay. Ow. Holy.
Moving to
Holy. Oh, there goes all my shield.
By Lex breaking, by heresy, and whatever Krendel is up to.
You think him complicit?
Kind of dismantle stash. So I think we all get that.
Tancred Bastion weighs on my mind.
What game is this? Darktide. It came out in 2020, and it was this like game with a bunch of classes. But like the build crafting was horrible, progression was miserable, there was no story missions, and it apparently has seen like a huge come up. And I've been meaning to check it out again. I put like 20 hours into it at launch. You never rolled Space Marines 2? I solid. I know. I ended up on Space Marines 1.
You don't do well to remember that.
How was it? Oh, is there a heal station?
The sum of your parts is greater than the individual. In other words, group up.
There's more stuff to grind. Did you ever play this game, Solid? Dude, you gotta see this game now. It's crazy. There's like massive skill trees.
Correct. But will they listen?
We have stairs.
Is a headshot the same thing as a crit or separate? Oh, you know, headshot's probably a weak point, yeah.
Sniper neutralized. Target pacification.
Oh boy.
Let the war flee.
Buzzing.
Charging in. Neutralize the bomber. This way.
Never bothered playing at launch. It was pretty bad at launch, but it looks like a completely different game now.
To you.
I'll show you the skill trees after this. They're like kind of nuts.
Keep moving, varlets. Do not give up.
Target neutralization.
These darts seem kind of nuts, dude. Oh, is this the green thing you wanted me to hit? I gotta figure out a way to open that thing, I think. They're junk in higher difficulties.
Where have they wandered off?
Noted.
Compellingly visceral.
Oh, did you just break the thing? Is there a way to break it without opening that?
That is true.
Interesting. You shot it. Cool.
Right
Movement looks so slow. It's definitely slow. There's a bunch of things we could like spec into for some movement speed, but yeah, it's like it's very weighty. We're definitely not like, you know, Call of Duty sliding around here.
Elimination protocols engaged.
Oh, what the heck?
Hideous beauty!
Chaos Hound!
Barrel Hound King! That's it!
Acceptable performance, Violet.
This is level 1, gotcha. I mean, this is the highest difficulty I had unlocked.
Entrance. Find stims. Open roof. Try not to die. Extract.
Is there an FOV slider? Ah!
Do not do this alone. Remain.
That wasn't very nice. Oh, right there. Huge. That is what we needed. Oh, the darts definitely seem better than my staff.
Targets marked for death. Protocol suggests you remain.
I'm playing Left 4 Dead 2 with the movement mods. Nice.
It's a shame for our off-world associates that the markets are closed. The things our vendors can do with starch slabs, quite unparalleled.
Go there! The life of Saint Messalina has always fascinated me.
That's a good stagger and applies holding.
That is good. The saints guide us in virtue.
If we need them. Too many do.
If her footsteps appear to you,
Go for hordes.
You have
Gotcha.
found the stims.
the enemy will not leave you alone for long.
I concur. Find the roof controls.
North clearance has been granted. The rest is up to you.
Oh, it's getting a little wacky.
Neutralization commenced. I am Held it! Get out of my head.
The leg breakers have
Medivac down!
We can tend our wounds here.
this way!
We didn't recover all of the scriptures, though.
Go there. That's just my Onyx 1-4.
Oh, hello.
Not show anywhere. Isolating targets.
Oh, sniper, get down.
Aid is coming!
Now signal for extraction, varlets.
Yoshi.
Recording combat data. It will be used to train your peers.
Assuming they don't die.
Not so. Flesh is transient, but data is eternal.
Engaging multiple targets.
Ammunition! Let's open fire!
Let Yoshi take over. He wants to. I can't believe I can hit people from over there. But this thing is kind of nuts.
Sniper!
Go there! Sink!
It's going to rupture!
Dead burster!
Completion imminent.
Shotgun sighted!
Bomber down!
Incredible. One tapped him.
Marked. Executing.
One tapped.
That is it. You have done well, varlets.
Oggies. Definitely seems like we want to tweak some things around. It was IRL doggo, if I'm not mistaken. Not playing the doggo class. I wanted to see if I liked the game before we purchased anything. Feels slow because there's not that many enemies. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I like remember when we were playing this, just like infinite hordes of enemies where you like literally you couldn't even see anything because there was so many enemies. Oh, nice. We got some mastery XP. Pog. The new class has to be purchased. Yeah. Yup. What game is this? This is Warhammer Darktide. You liking it? This is my first time playing in like 2 years. I mean, that was... Borderlands 3 looks different today. I know, we changed games and YouTube hates when I change games.
Just don't play Westward. No.
Yeah, we have to like re-earn difficulty. You can't just like set it to difficulty now. What is this? Oh, this is the accolade still.
Earn his favor. If you Recon teams, Wormwood agents, and loyal citizens risk their lives delivering vital intelligence. It's dangerous work, but the Imperium is built on the blood of martyrs.
That's weeklies.
Sire Darius Melk is responsible for collating and analyzing these reports, identifying priority targets, supply lines, and transitory weaknesses in the traitor war machine. The benefit of the tasks he asks you to undertake may
Are
not
any of y'all big into
immediately
like the
be clear,
Warhammer
but
universe?
like Mobian steel, triumph is forged of many elements. Strength, certainly.
You are, Paul.
Courage, of course.
Pal.
Faith, above all.
It seems
But
like a
have
very
any
cool
hope of
universe. It's not something I've
We
ever
must
like deep
also
dived
be
into.
careful.
I think I remember when I was playing Space Marines 2, I was like watching lore videos when I was going to sleep, but I didn't really absorb that much. Whoa, a legendary gun. I don't seemingly have enough currency to get any of this stuff. That is fine. Mystery acquisitions. Oh, we could spend it now. Let's save.
Hail and farewell. Make thorough.
Alright, same thing. Unmute you, hello.
So, for the weapons.
Yeah.
Go to any of your weapons.
Yep.
Go to. So every weapon has 5 stats. There, it depends on how you want to play them, all that.
Yeah.
You see the damage. So you see at 63 and 80.
Yeah.
So when you level up that weapon, which you can level up, it takes mats and stuff. It max is 500. It will cap at 80. So
Mhm.
the second number, it's the maximum that it can get. So there's always going to be a dump stat. You choose every weapon depending on the build, depending on your playstyle, has a dump stat. For Psyker weapons, most people go for warp resistance because you can get a lot of that in your skill tree.
As in, like, warp resistance isn't important?
You like the breakpoints, which if you go inspect, like if you hit the inspect button, it's not that it's
yeah.
important. That the breakpoint, the difference, it's not that big of a change.
Uh-huh.
So like you're getting maybe 0.3 to a 0.4. I think it's in. Let me see if I remember correctly. There's another button. I don't remember what it is. It gives you like the breakpoints as you level it up. There's like when you were looking for like if it gives you all the stats, it does give you all the data, but it doesn't give you the explanation of it.
Yeah.
So that's where like the meta of looking for the weapons. Most
Less
people look
peril is
for-
generated with each attack, I see.
Exactly, and it tells you like so. The thing is that you can get to the point, and especially for the crit builds for Psyker, you want to play at high peril
Yeah.
because you have ways to manage your peril. And if you're playing at 90 peril, you can do one attack, like doing a guaranteed crit between 90 and 100, go down back to 90, and continue doing your guaranteed crits.
Yeah. Cool.
But yeah,
I
that's
see the
mostly
Warp
how-
Nexus gain increased crit chance based on current level of peril is what we rolled on this.
Yeah. So when it comes to the weapon masteries, if you go to go back to your character as it is in the masteries. So
Yeah.
Once you unlock the level 20 of the weapon, you can craft the weapon fully crafted. You can level it up to 500. You can so as of right now.
Oh, I
you
see.
share all
This gotta.
mats, everything. Yeah, it right now, like for something, I'm still grinding myself. You unlock all the levels. You get everything, but and that's the mastery bar on the bottom. As you use them, you have two ways that you can get it. There's two ways. You can use the weapon, and they get experience as the difficulty of the mission, or you can use like basically sacrifice weapons to it. If you sacrifice the same weapon, it gets more experience than if you sacrifice the same weapon.
Yeah.
You do that at Hadron, across from the Armory Exchange. So two things: the Armory Exchange rotates once an hour. Milk, which was one you just checked for the weeklies, he rotates once a day. That will be at 8 p.m. your time.
Yeah.
Most melee weapons, you dump defense or mobility, because the breakpoint, it's literally like you dodge for like your dodge recharge is like 0.3 seconds faster. Like not a big difference.
Oh, I get 2 skill points, buggies.
Yeah. And the last part of your loadout is going to be your curios. That's going to be the one that you kind of like tailored the build more to make it more efficient.
Yep.
That's where I'm going to say as a psyker, straight up, take toughness, period, and then combat ability regeneration, so you can get your abilities faster.
Bum bum bum. Yep.
My psyker, actually, I don't play with Squire's Case on. I play Squire's
What is a
on
warp attack?
So your assail is a warp attack.
Okay.
So,
but it says it's a blitz. That's interesting.
No. So your warp attack is basically your range attack. So your staff, your blitz.
Yeah.
So your blitz, like anything that uses the warp, anything that creates peril, it's a warp attack. So
okay.
There's some weapons there's 2 swords that you can use as a psyker that create peril.
Yep.
There's the basic sword and there's the great sword. I use the great sword myself, but I play a melee psyker because I'm a nutso, because you're a glass cannon. Like you literally play as a glass cannon.
Yeah.
But I literally play with the bubble, which is the middle ability. I do that, and I make a shield that gives me a lot of regen for my toughness, and I can, hey, this is my fighting area. We're gonna fight here, and I can regen that. I think it's every 30 seconds. I can get a new bubble. So I have it very efficiently set up for mine.
This prevents overloading from perils.
This is what I mean. Squire Gaze is an ability that literally when you activate it, you cannot explode from your peril. Like it doesn't let you explode, period. It literally gets to 100 and then shuts down. Which is really good.
Yeah, but if it ends at 100, but I can't kill myself at 100. What's kind of the point?
So that's why I said that, because there's a node in the middle that you're not using. That's the only point I'm going to tell you. It's right in the middle. It's called Warp Rider.
Yeah.
It's in the bottom line in the middle. It's it's in the travel notes to the middle.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, like damage depending on your peril. Like there's like a few notes that every psyker build uses. That's one of them, because it's like you're getting increased damage.
Makes sense. Okay. Cool.
Like leveling psyker is very rough. I'll straight up tell you. once you get to like max level, it's a lot easier. But you are literally a glass cannon throughout the whole play.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I have to do my weeklies in this one, so might as well.
By the way, the numbers here, the first number, is that XP?
Yes, the first number is no, the second number is XP.
The second number is XP? Is the gold with the gold icon?
No. No, the first one is experience. As well, try to get the ones that have the gold symbols. So that means that they have a modifier.
Yeah.
So that the modifiers increases the XP, and if they have multiple modifiers, they give more and more stuff.
Cool.
So that's why when I said when you go to Auric, which is the highest before you hit Havoc.
Should we just hit
they
quick
have,
play though? Because it looks like I get a 10% bonus on XP.
Hit quick play, and once you fill up the bar of uprising, then you go to the next difficulty.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, this is kind of like what they did for the for the onboarding of the game when you create a new character. It's a lot better.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense.
But like you see, my weapon is red. It's because it's
What game is this? It's Warhammer Darktide. Best Zane build is Borderlands, Matthew. You do not recognize this UI. It's been a bazillion years since I last played this. Oh, I read the already up. Wait, so what are the classes again? It's Psyker, that big minigun dude that's in our game right now. Veteran is the sniper. Yeah. What's Zealot do again?
That's what I'm playing right now. My Zealot is basically berserker. Like I'm a berserker.
Oh god. That was the second character that I made. I was just trying to remember what they did.
Forgive me, but this mission is not present on today's docket. Bureaucracy, alas, is necessary even for us.
Yeah.
This mission is governed by the Pax Mechanicus and by immutable concords inscribed in the Logistratex Machinarium.
No, didn't follow a word of that. But don't let me get in your way. I'm merely an intrigued and impartial observer.
As you will, so shall it be done. Strike team to proceed to production nexus. Now.
Strike shotgun out!
Because I get my most damage when I hit my last 20% HP.
Yep.
Because I get 70%.
Gunner! Yes!
Tracking.
Veterans, Zealot's still the ammo from the veterans that they don't need.
I hear you, sibling. Cannon of war.
What's y'all? If you guys have played this, what's your favorite class?
Headshot.
Delivering. Perhaps you'd enlighten me as to the reason for this grand excursion.
Interrogator, please. Not in front of the varlets. They are not cleared for that
Whoa.
information.
Hello.
Very well. If your secret may give you pleasure. This isn't working. What do we do?
Get out of my head. Terminate the gunner.
Like the veteran when I played, Psycho was Sackett. Nice.
It's dead.
Remain steadfast in your way.
Executing.
This seems like Warhammer 40 or Space Marines 2, but with more build diversity and
It's dead, I think.
like more ways to play. So far, accurate. It is a little bit of a bummer that we have to work our way through these like baby difficulties where there's like 10 enemies though. I know that this game's mob density gets insane.
Could have done with a few here.
Have them in auxilia. Shout. Ah. It's a long way to travel for an uncertain return.
Left 4 Dead, yup. Stuck in Vermintide, couldn't leave. People love that game. Yeah, I do need to change my like YouTube thumbnail title. My bad about that.
Ambush! Hound approaches! Sit, stay.
Whoa, speaking of mob density.
It's going to rupture!
Ooh, 90s.
Forgive my curiosity, but this little jaunt will prove useful to the war effort.
I have the distinct impression that you already know more than you should.
A shame that you would say such a thing.
The add-ons for Left 4 Dead. How are you guys talking about Left 4 Dead 2? Isn't that game like 15 years old?
Hound's coming! A commendable shot. The hound slain!
It's still good. I never got into the Left 4 Dead games.
The door is uncooperative. Use magic box to make it more amenable.
Don't say that. Well, I remember why I didn't. I think they were like Xbox games, right? Like I think you could have only played them on Xbox or something like that. Like Xbox and PC.
Data interrogation rate acceptable.
So is Borderlands 2 and that game's also goated. Fair enough. In Borderlands 2's defense, though, in terms of that, like, there's a lot of zombie shooters. I feel like there's really only one Borderlands 2, but then again, I haven't really played much Left 4 Dead, so I can't say that. Back 4 Blood sucked, yeah. That was supposed to be the spiritual successor.
Efficient, Psyker. I grant you that. I am on your side.
Interrogator not responding.
So am what I'm doing, is this Soulfire? Or is Soulfire like a separate mechanic and this is just normal fire? There's 30,000 people playing Left 4 Dead 2 right now, and that's wild.
You have successfully
That's actually
reconnected.
insane.
Now maintain connection.
Soul Blaze. Gotcha.
Well played.
Data interrogation imminent.
Sighted. They've lost me.
Okay, the melee is pretty cool in this.
Splendid.
Melee feels pretty
We
good.
now proceed to coolant control. If the interrogator approves.
Allow the automation. Granted with a violent
The barrel! It's going to explode!
Ow!
You are not welcome into the
Ow, that did so much damage to me. Don't hate on Left 4 Dead 2. My bad, my bad.
Kill the gunners.
Proceed through
I don't need to read
control
YouTube
to
comments. I gotta
access
fix
the
my
consignment
chat. It's
yard.
supposed to be displaying
Expect
both the YouTube
resistance.
chat and the Twitch chat on one feed. But for some reason it's bugged right now, so I have to look. I'm looking in the top monitor for YouTube chat and the side monitor for Twitch. But it's not supposed to be like that. It usually is supposed to just group them together, so I'm reading them both at the same time.
Yes, beloved. No one loves their work quite as much as the
For their own good.
Well, they just came out with a new DLC for this game. I think there's like actually a fair bit of people playing it. Those guys are scary.
Target neutralization.
Someone said that these darts are bad for endgame. Is that just because the mob density is too high?
Reclamation Strike Force Beta 5 are already in the air.
Because they seem pretty sick.
got to send them on time, didn't you?
Ah, heretics, as expected. Eradicate them and secure the train.
They're making my dream untimely. Silence!
Endgame bubbles and fire staff.
Execution warranted.
Oh, the bubble in the middle that like protects your teams.
To shut down their Skyfire defenses.
Efficient brutes. Your skill is not working.
don't know what that did to me, but I injected it. Please raid. This is Darktide make 1-for-1 right here. You have to call it out. Wait, what do you mean?
Support team is now inbound to your location. Deploy
You thought this was Borderlands. Huh. No. You thought Borderlands copied Darktide this much that it looked this similar?
Objectives are now complete. Survival should now concern you.
I bring justice to Atoma!
Engaging multiple targets.
Oh, jeez. Kind of need some health.
Elimination sanctioned.
Away from that monster!
Oh, shnikes.
Rex has found you! A portrait kit!
Buzzing.
I commend the efficiency of your purge. Pursue to completion.
Prepare for combat! Increasingly large plague ogre!
Mess it up.
We must prevail! They'll have intentions of snapping.
Reinforcements are inbound. You may now extract.
I'll have the Pride transferred to suitable statements. We will then discuss the matter further.
Well, that got a little bit more intense than last time. BL4 videos, is there any aspect of the game you're still not sold on or possibly concerned about? Performance. Not on high-end PCs, because it seems to be pretty good on high-end PCs. I'm worried about its performance on mid-tier PCs. Auric and Havoc. Yeah, we gotta like grind the lower levels to get up there. Does this game get updates? It just got a new DLC, which is part of the reason we hopped on. Favorite class in Darktide? I've only ever really played Psyker. I've never even reached max level. Whoa, we got a new blue staff.
I am told that careful use of compliments is an aid to morale. With that in mind, I am pleased to impart the knowledge that your performance...
There's Veteran, Zealot, Ogre, Psyker, and Arbites. Arbites?
Am I doing it right?
I think I have a Zealot character as well, but they're like level 8, and this character's like level 20.
No matter. Interrogator Rannick wishes to have one of his interminable conversations.
Yeah, they like overhauled this entire game. It was pretty not great on launch.
Deployment. Stephanie has begun a new initiative in the meat grinder.
skill trees was a year and a half ago. Solid isn't in here anymore, is he? I meant to show him the skill trees. Oh, I didn't get any talent points. Sad. Should we try the lightning? I really like this. The knives. But we haven't tried... We could try the lightning. I haven't tried that yet. It doesn't seem like I can do that, though, because it's not going to let me spec into this and then unspec. We could just do another tree, technically. We could go Smite and get some Chain Lightning, or do Brain Rupture. I've kind of played Brain Rupture because that was like the default starting ability. Let's get Smite and we'll do some Soul Blaze. Lightning and Fire. More Soul Blaze. Power your next blitz. Bum, 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 bum. Oops. Ooh, 30% quell speed. I kind of dig that. That's nice. This game always have a skill tree? Nope. Not at all. Not at all. We got a new electric staff, too. We can try that. Electrokinetic force staff. Can you use 2 staffs? Oh, I guess one has to kind of be a melee weapon. Yeah, the old tree sucked ass. That's why I quit the game. You like lightning fingers? Word. I have not tried it before. Need to do, it looks like 2 more missions in this baby difficulty. Can you join? Yeah. How do I cancel matchmaking? What's your, like, friend code? You'll send it now? Word. CC a whole crowd and you're like, ooh. Primary weapon is your melee, not your range. As in, like, that's just how it is, or I can change that. Can I get in too? Yeah. Just give me your, like, friend code or whatever it is. Hit me with it. Bum. I think it'd probably just be easier to send you a friend request. So if we lose each other, we could just invite each other back. Bum. What's up, Regenix? How you doing? Hey, look, we got a full squad now. We're cooking. You know, I think we still get the 10% bonus XP for playing in public. Dude, what is... Am I thinking of the right game? The Tekken character? That's kind of got, like, the lightning fist that looks like an old man? Looks like that's what we're going for. We should blitz? What's blitz? Wait, do we lose someone? How do we lose someone? Oh, there's someone on my list that's not here. Old guy attacking. Yup. We should blitz. What's that? I need to do like 2 more of these uprising things. There's this, like, Inferno special event. You're with free friends. Sorry, I thought that was the person in chat that wanted to join. It looks like we can't do quick play, actually. Oh, never mind. New event, do it for mats. Gotcha. Wait, do we lose someone again? No, we're good. Let's just get this knocked out. Have I purchased better weapons yet? Nope, I don't think so. We just got a new weapon to drop. Is there a gear score in this? Like, do I need to be constantly equipping better weapons, like in my melee slot, technically?
You're returning to the carnival, to the district surrounding the Cathedral of Messalina Vengeance. Though whatever holiness once touched this area is long departed. I've analyzed the data, and it would appear that the cathedral is in fact the next link in this squalid little chain. Proceed there at best speed, taking care not to die before strictly necessary.
Tread carefully. Ever since the wormwood went silent, we've been blind down there.
Nothing a little preparation can't account for, I'm sure.
A little lightning. Alright, how do I lightning fingers?
Well, I have to say, none of the reports mentioned that.
Maybe your sources didn't consider a vortex of heretical energy worth mentioning.
Oh, you have a waspish tongue, Augustine. Not your most becoming feature. The mission continues. I have every confidence in the strike team.
Drag them down! Strike, shotgunner! Move! The air's thick with signals. The rocks intercept the code and struggling to get a fix.
Have patience, Augustine. Hadron takes pride in her work, and for good reason.
If only you were here to operate it. I'm no tech adept.
Whoa, what is this? RT to lock on and stun targets. LT to charge smite.
We grow tired of thy broken promises, turncoat, as does the grandfather.
Is this more of a stunning ability or a damage ability?
Yes, thou art as thou should be.
Now that is interesting.
Both. Oh, yeah, this game definitely shines when there's like 30 ads on your screen. Surely that guy's dead, right? Oh. Interesting. Hey, definitely more CC focused. Dude, the dog noises are kind of bringing back like dogs of World at War PTSD.
Too long have this right been in the making. If it fails, we will have thy soul.
What's up, TRVP? How you doing?
We shall see.
Oh, is this just a front-facing shield? For some reason, I thought it was a dome. Boom, boom, boom.
I told you the water was the key to all this. You didn't listen.
Now is not a good time to indulge your obsessions, Augustine.
You said that before. If you hadn't, things might be different.
Wow, it is very dark in here.
Things are of little use now.
Go, shield, go. Wow, dude, look at all that shade lightning. I wish that also did a bunch of damage, but I guess that'd probably be pretty OP. You can do dumb word.
Lie to us again. Speak to us of how this is under.
I like this game. It's pretty cool. I played this game on launch for like 20 hours and got really sick of the grind, and I thought the skill trees and builds kind of sucked. But it seems significantly better now.
Ah, another ambush. Still playing the hit.
You're cornered. Take defensive positions and trust in the Emperor.
That's the spirit.
Oh my god.
You're impossible.
End that shotgun!
Thou promised us their deaths, Captain.
Oh my god. I'm dead. No.
Must be protected.
Got the daylights beat out of me.
Must be sufficient.
This seems kind of like a support setup, yeah? I mean, I've got shields and I've got CCs.
Your ammunition level not
A little bit more damage oriented on the other one. We're like one-tapping everything.
Oh my son! Our patience runs thin enough as it is.
You can use it to build insane crit. Interesting. You need the middle capstone if you wanted to kill. I picked the middle capstone, the one that like gives you a 10% chance to get like, what was it, like 200% damage or something like that? That one we did go for.
Grendel will not be pleased to have been so misled.
A world-class healing station! God, Emperor be praised!
Power builds. The grandfather's generous eye settles upon the cathedral. Thou needst only hold them back for a little time.
I will not fail the admonition.
We lack thy confidence.
Damage of crits bad. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, our crowd control seems kind of nuts.
The heretic. This admonition has some wickedness in store. You must prove equal to the task of ending it. The Emperor protects.
Huge.
It's dead now. Drowning.
You're running with fans. We're with viewers.
Thy failure damns thee, Captain.
We just got all the chat in here. I think they're on some pretty juiced characters, though.
I am the Lysis instrument!
Holy shit.
That might have saved a life! Instead, it killed a scratch!
Running a build at 2 shots bosses at max difficulty sounds pretty sick.
Whatever the cult intends, those stims
What's the Zealots theme again?
strike team, violence, please. Now. This way.
Follow me!
Kind of like a melee berserker, 2-handed chain sword. Gotcha. Okay, okay, okay.
Same again, team! Kill the ritualist!
Oh.
Shield off! Take shelter!
Woo! satisfactory. I concur. But what were the costs attempting here?
Everyone gets electrified.
You can be certain I will find out.
Nice.
Let them wallow in victory. Ammunition of.
So it's the most build diverse? Dang, okay. How long does it take to level a character to 30? 'Cause I remember the leveling in this was really slow. That's part of the reason I stopped playing. Shredder auto pistol. Pretty quick now. 4 hours if you run the highest difficulties available. Do your difficulties that you unlock carry over to your other characters? Like, do I just need to unlock the highest difficulty on one character?
To deliver thanks or hearty congratulations, I'd offer both. Once again, you have
Basically.
to fend for yourselves on a mission gone awry and performed with gusto. Not only did you put an
Yeah,
end to the ritual,
cool.
but we also have a name to put to our pains. Admonition. Their motives and goals may remain opaque.
No, not really.
Names hold power. For the record, I'm still not going to trouble myself to learn.
But like, if you're getting carried, then you have to go through them.
Consider me gravely.
But you need to unlock it for new characters. Oh, okay. So no, it doesn't work like that. We would just be doing what we're doing right now, but on like a new character. Space Marines 2? Yeah, it was really fun. Only thing with Space Marines 2 is we finished all the content in like a day. Like we beat the camp by like day 2. We had beaten the campaign, gotten to max level, and done the hardest difficulty, and then like didn't feel like there was much else to do.
I have contracts available if you're.
Boom, boom, boom. Oh, there's the spherical shield. That one's pretty nice for defenses, and this one looks a little bit more offensive oriented. Cool. So like something like this in this game, guaranteed chance to gain empowered psionics on elite kills. Is that if I participate in the elite kill, or do I have to be the one who gets the final hit? Did Borderlands 4 feel better than BL3 significantly? I mean, BL3 still feels pretty good. The biggest thing with BL4 is like no loading screen, seamless world is awesome, and the movement's really good too. I have to physically get the kill. Okay, so if I'm playing like a support lightning build, that's probably not gonna be the case. Gotcha. Boom, boom, boom. Big packs of leads are just not the best for the really armored dudes. Makes sense. General idea of the game. Thank you, Wraith. Just curious if it felt much different. I mean, it's similar. Like, the gunplay felt similar. Whoa. Socket 2 of them on your weapon. Oh, really? Is that for when you're crafting on them? Skill trees really seem insane. It's an impressive skill tree. It used to be, oh, we got a new one of these. Nice. That gives us plus 2% experience. Oh, that one's already equipped. Oh, I literally only have 3 of these. I don't have another option. I like the changes. Did you make a new character? I jumped on this character, which I was level 23 at when we started playing. They're now level 24. So, the changes seem really cool. It seems like there's way more build diversity now. But I didn't, like, make a new character. The new class, I've heard it's kind of nuts. Yeah, I'm currently thinking about, like, if we do play this more, do I want to keep playing Psyker, or should we try out a class that I didn't spend a bunch of time on? I want to look at the skill trees of our. I mean, I made a level 8 Zealot. I kind of just want to look at their skill trees. Doggo's so fun. Psyker's cracked. What kind of archetype is the new class? Would you say? Also, do we want to do the campaign? Ogren's broken right now. People were telling me to play the campaign. Mr. Clutch is saying skip the campaign. I guess what's the fastest way to level? Skip? Okay, we're skipping the campaign. Talons. Throw a grenade that stuns all enemies within its blast radius. Throw a grenade that leaves a layer of flaming liquid burning and staggering enemies and barring their path. Throw a consecrated knife to deal high damage to a single enemy. Very effective against most enemies. Less effective versus armor. Oh, interesting. This character like doesn't have augments on these blitz skills like the other character did. 25% melee damage. Melee backstabs. 100% toughness replenishment on melee kill. Sheesh. %, weak point, and crit damage. Toughness damage reduction. Heal percent of your corruption from the current wound for you and your allies. You always count on being at least 2 coherency. What are these? Fury and the Faithful. Dash forward, replenishing 50% toughness and gain 20% attack speed. Your next melee attack does 25% damage. Is a guaranteed crit. Wield a holy relic that releases pulses of energy while channeling. Have stun immunity and vulnerability. Each pulse regenerates 45% toughness. Okay. Enter stealth. While in stealth, you gain movement speed, 100% backstab damage, 100% finesse damage, and 100% crit chance. Jesus. 50% finesse damage, 50% backstab damage. Backstabs restore 20% ability cooldown. Plus 2 to wounds? I don't know. What's a wound? Like a bleed? Crit chance for 8 seconds when in Fury. Fury is triggered when 25 enemies have died within 25 meters. Critical hits also count up towards triggering Fury. Blazing Piety. Melee damage for each missing wound. Up to a maximum of 7 missing wounds. Per missing wound, like wounds on enemies? Wounds are just downs? Wait, what do you mean? Wounds are like your lives? Oh, like you would like... Wait, do you have to intentionally die a bunch to get this to stack? Or be 1 HP. Oh, they're like the little like segments on your HP bar. I see. The throwing knives are really good. They one-shot most special and some elites and are restored from ammo pickups. How many times you can go down without dying? Stacking a ton of wounds lets you stay low HP and benefit from martyrdom. You don't need to go down, just sit at low HP. Gotcha. Inexorable Judgment. Moving grants you movement speed stacks. Stacks 15 times. When you hit an enemy, spend all momentum, gaining melee attack speed, range attack, and damage per stack. Interesting. This seems like a cool character, too. Is a backstab just simply, like, hitting an enemy from behind? Or does it... is there, like, an animation for a backstab? Just hitting an enemy from behind. Do. Melee crits apply bleed. Sorry, what is coherency again? You always count as being at least 2 coherency. Being next to your friends. Oh, that's pretty sick, actually. Interesting. Alright, let's do one run on this guy. We lost one. stay together. Makes sense. All right, we can do one more, and then I gotta go bed.
Found your way to the mission terminal.
Oh, I see. I have to like redo the uprising stuff. This class forgoes ranged weapons. Yeah. The melee when we were doing it earlier felt pretty good. As in like where you were aiming the melee weapon would go and then like chop off the body part that you were like kind of aiming at.
We need to act. If that factory goes dark, it will cost us dearly. We need his demon rustles, which means you need to get the coolant online.
Did I get the DLC? No, not yet. Well, I probably will though.
Better work fast.
It seems like it's gonna take a little bit of time to level, so maybe I just wanted to see what this character was like, and then maybe we level the DLC character or not. But I can't stay up too late tonight.
This accursed place is as hot as a fire.
Like a bit of heat ever hurt anyone?
The Calder Mechanica stink. The Emperor's design is rich in cogs and
We
pistons.
have 12 throwing knives.
You're looking for a door release?
I forget what our like special ability did.
So far, so
I don't think we had quite gotten down to the invisibility skill.
With lots of tanks, Emperor wins war, yeah?
Head for the control chamber. Once you're there, get the cryonic rods.
Let's move to Meridian. Kill. The barrel!
Watch out! It's gonna explode.
Now, defend! Repair!
Poor lad. To spend every moment in discipline. For Atoma!
Oh, straight!
Cool.
Grenade! Magnificent Emperor shows the way! Be gone! Magnificent Emperor, hear me!
Searching for fragments!
Good work so far. Push on through the maintenance area.
Master, grant me strength!
There's no turning back! Ammo!
Wasn't there like a grenade skill? Oh, the grenade skill was our throwing knives. That's what it was.
An apothecarian!
Medical station!
Respite for the body!
Knight was slain! Injured!
Sheesh.
Grenade!
So right now I've got 3 health bars. Does that mean I could have 2 wounds basically? With my current health bar. Yo, what's up, guys? Oh god!
What has become of my companions?
Crapped on them.
You have been judged, trooper! Scout shots at her! I exalt thee! You are judged! Take courage, pilgrims! Fight in his holy name!
overseer's office.
It was crazy, dude. You get to throw a knife. Oh, I didn't even know I could heavy attack. Yeah.
Go there! There's pilgrims! Ammo crate! Medicaid station! All is as the beneficent Emperor ordains. You are in his hands, pilgrims.
And what fun it is! Fur makes me tingle to me boots.
There are no sins.
Also dodge. Oh, I definitely haven't dodged. Wait, what's dodge? Is dodge just sliding?
In Terra's name! Go there!
Watch it! Big duty!
Ah! Thank you.
Thy flesh requires succor.
Oh, that guy hits really hard.
No mercy! No remorse!
Dodge is only left, right, and back. Wait, with what? Heck you. Throwing knives are very useful. Hold block and you can dodge. Oh. Interesting. Locate the coolant control is what we're supposed to be doing. Holy shit balls! No. No. I got overwhelmed. I was trying to get a back hit so I could get some toughness back.
Sinners, do not ignore me.
Oh, I think I'm like dead.
Finally.
Oh, the bot's going crazy. Oh, calculated.
Stay with the squad, sinner.
Your RB heals you? Yeah, I tried to get it off.
That the master of mankind stands with us.
Wait, I'm confused on where we're supposed to be going right now.
This way! If you should happen to see a holy tome among the rebels,
You're in this lobby after this
please
mission?
alert
I'm gonna
me.
be heading to bed after this mission.
We cannot
But if
permit
you
a
wanna,
tumulus anarchy
I
to
can add you
devour
as a
Holy
friend.
Scripture,
If we
as it
play
has
some more
so
tomorrow,
many of the
I can invite
It
you.
gladdens me that you understand. I confess, I did not take you for a man of learning. Switch! Follow me! town! To arms! Dead! Grenade!
I shall regain thee!
I didn't mean to do that.
I heard something.
Grenade!
If we proceed, we must forge our own return.
Get your data interrogators set. We need to unlock the system, find the crawling hole and get them into position.
You guys are messing my day up. Holy.
Fury over faith!
Add-on here. Pay attention. Data stream. Acceptable quality.
Oh boy.
Unfash yourselves!
Terror's name!
Oh, there's health around here somewhere for us. Oh, there is.
The data interrogator requires your attention.
Tools to tend to battle body.
Who there?
Wait, what the heck?
Be gone! Excoriate the heretic!
Hog.
Witness our first success! Thank you! I am rooted!
40k Game Boy. Yup. What is this thing? Oh, Medstim Pog. I hear someone. Oh, there it is. Itch.
You are judged! No mercy! No remorse!
Fusion of corrupted flesh!
Man, I killed that guy with my throwing knife, but he still did all of my health.
Another dead spawner! I exalt thee!
Initiate the dispatch system.
Halfway there. Now get those cryonic rods working. They're at the base of the matrix spire.
Wait, did I not do the Game Boy right? I did it right.
Have a long way yet to go, sinners.
Pretty sure we did the Game Boy
The
right.
path leads down, but does not return.
It was just clicking it when it like hovered over those squares, yeah?
Philosophical question.
Oh, there is fall damage.
When he made them.
Trust a priest.
The flamethrower on Zealot.
Stop looking at me like that. It was only a question.
the stab.
We cannot return from this point.
Melee feels pretty good. So far right now, if I had to have picked between the Psyker and this, I'd probably go Psyker. Just because it felt like gameplay-wise, it had a little bit more going on. But at the same time, like, this character's level 8 and our Psyker was level 23, so it's not really a fair comparison, you know what I mean?
Be judged! I judge thee!
Even if the Manufactorum is saved, it will require new workers to replace the slave.
Pay it no mind. Additional work units will be conscripted from intact hab areas.
I want like a whirlwind ability. Spin my axe around, shred through things. D4 barb. Ogre, Siger, and Arbitas. Word. Is there new like weapon types that the Arbitas uses, or is it like just new skill tree but kind of like same gear? Oh, I'm out of throwing knives. That's not good. Oh, what the? No! These armored melee guys have been hacking me up.
I exalt thee! Follow me!
I forgot we even had a gun to use. Oh.
On this occasion, my zeal exceeded my justice, my contrition.
Extraction's inbound. Time to leave.
Interesting. Cool looking gun. Unblockable attack that'll 2-hit you. Noted.
Enemy!
There can be no mercy! You are judged! Be gone from my sight!
GG indeed. Our guy looks pretty sick. Wait, holy, did I just go from 8 to 11? God damn. It's pretty fun, Jonathan. Flak is a type of armor, and so is carapace, but enemies can have pieces of both, just on different body parts. Interesting. I was trying to use my throwing knife for, like, the armored guys. I don't know if that was correct or not. That and anyone that was using a gun that would have taken a bunch of damage to get to. 25% damage reduction. Enemy melee attacks cannot stun you. Get movement speed. I like that. This Fury of the Faithful also seems pretty sick. Stealth seems like we'd hit something really hard. +2 wounds. Yeah. That's your go-to skill, Fury. Looks pretty cool. 20% attack speed, 50% toughness regen. +2 charges. Okay. Alright, we're gonna go to bed there. Flamethrower and rush it. Nice. Guys, appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. We finally got like a decently long stream in. I feel like we've been doing like 4-hour streams each day of the week. I wanted to get a little bit longer one in. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go read someone. Sweet Zealot Dreams. Why, thank you, sir. I don't have an immediate raid for us. Let's go raid Ellie. Ellie always raids us. Oops. She's playing Black Desert. Dude, I re-downloaded that game the other day. Don't ask me why. I hadn't played it in so long. Oh, it's because of Chrono Odyssey. That's why. I downloaded it because Chrono Odyssey was giving me that itch. All right, we're going to go to Ellie some love, guys. I will catch y'all in the next one. Take care. Peace. Have a good rest of your night.